What if you could access the knowledge that was deliberately hidden from humanity for over 2,000 years? For centuries, one of the most powerful and transformative texts of ancient history remained concealed, removed from official teachings and kept far from the eyes of the world. The Book of Enoch was not merely forgotten. It was intentionally banned. Why? Because it contains truths about your divine nature, your creative power, and your direct connection to the quantum field of creation that could completely transform the way you perceive reality. Enoch was not just a prophet. He was a master of consciousness, someone who understood the codes of creation and recorded them so that you, thousands of years later, could awaken to your true potential. His writings reveal that you are not a passive observer of life, but an active co-creator of reality, endowed with abilities that have been systematically suppressed throughout history. Chapter 1. The Forbidden Manuscript. Why they hid this truth from you. What if I told you that the most powerful secret about your true nature was deliberately removed from the texts you were taught to believe in? What if the knowledge that could unlock your divine potential, your ability to create reality itself, was hidden away not by accident, but by design? This isn't conspiracy theory. This is documented history, and the manuscript at the center of this suppression is the Book of Enoch, one of the most ancient and transformative texts ever written, a text so powerful that religious authorities decided humanity wasn't ready for its truth. But here's what they didn't count on. They didn't count on you waking up. They didn't count on this moment, right now, where you're ready to reclaim the knowledge that is your birthright. Because the Book of Enoch isn't just an ancient religious text. It's a manual for consciousness expansion, a guide to understanding your role as a co-creator in this quantum field we call reality. And once you understand what it truly contains, you'll never see yourself, your power, or your limitations the same way again. Let me take you back to the 4th century, to a time when the early church fathers were deciding which books would make it into what we now call the Bible. Imagine a room filled with powerful men, religious authorities who understood that knowledge equals power, and more importantly, that controlling knowledge equals controlling people. They had hundreds of texts in front of them, ancient manuscripts that had been passed down through generations, each containing different aspects of spiritual wisdom and divine revelation. Their job was to choose which ones would be included in the official canon, and which ones would be cast aside, hidden, or in some cases, destroyed. The Book of Enoch was among those texts. It was widely read, deeply respected, and considered scripture by many early Christians and Jewish communities. In fact, it's directly quoted in the New Testament book of Jude. It was known, studied, and revered. Yet when those decisions were finalized, Enoch was left out. Not just left out, but actively suppressed. For over 1,000 years, it virtually disappeared from Western consciousness, surviving only in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church and in fragments hidden in caves and ancient libraries. Why? What was so dangerous about this text that it couldn't be allowed to remain in the hands of ordinary people? The answer is simple, and it's the same reason you're drawn to this audiobook right now. The Book of Enoch contains explicit teachings about human potential that directly contradict the narrative of human limitation and unworthiness that certain power structures have built their authority upon. It teaches that you are not a helpless sinner waiting for salvation from outside yourself. It reveals that you are a divine being with access to heavenly realms, cosmic knowledge, and creative power that mirrors the divine itself. It shows that transformation isn't just possible, it's your natural state. And most threatening of all, it demonstrates that you don't need intermediaries, institutions, or external authorities to access this truth. You already have everything you need within you. Think about what this means for a moment. If people truly understood their divine nature, their ability to connect directly with source consciousness, their power to create and transform reality through thought, emotion, and intention, would they remain passive followers? Would they accept limitation as their default state? Would they believe that their fate was sealed by original sin, predetermined destiny, or circumstances beyond their control? Of course not. They would step into their power. They would question authority. They would become autonomous creators rather than dependent followers. And that, my friend, is exactly what those in power fear. This pattern of suppression isn't unique to the Book of Enoch. Throughout history, knowledge that empowers individuals has been systematically controlled, hidden, or reframed to serve those who benefit from keeping people small. But here's the beautiful irony of suppression in any form. It never truly works. Truth has a way of resurfacing. Seeds buried deep in the ground eventually break through concrete. Water flows around every obstacle, and consciousness, once awakened, cannot be put back to sleep. The Book of Enoch survived its banishment. It waited in the shadows for the right moment, for the right consciousness level in humanity, to re-emerge and deliver its message to those ready to receive it. And that moment is now. We're living in an unprecedented time of awakening, where more people than ever before are questioning old narratives, seeking direct spiritual experience, and recognizing their power as creators. The rediscovery of Enoch isn't coincidence. It's synchronicity. It's the universe responding to the collective readiness of humanity to receive higher knowledge. You're not reading this by accident. You're here because some part of you, your higher self, your soul, your deepest knowing, has been calling out for this exact information. You're here because you're ready to remember what you've always known, but have been conditioned to forget. So, what exactly does the Book of Enoch contain that's so transformative? Let me give you a framework that will expand throughout this entire audiobook. First, it tells the story of Enoch himself, a man who walked with God and was taken up to heaven without experiencing death, not resurrected after dying, not rewarded in an afterlife, but transformed while still in physical form, transcending the limitations of mortality through a process of consciousness elevation. This alone should tell you something profound. The limitations you believe are fixed, including death itself, are actually malleable when you understand the deeper laws of reality and consciousness. Second, the Book of Enoch describes in vivid detail the structure of heavenly realms, cosmic laws, and the mechanics of creation. It doesn't present these as mysteries beyond human comprehension, but as knowledge that can be understood and applied. When Enoch travels through the seven heavens, he's not just sightseeing in mystical dimensions. He's learning the fundamental principles of how consciousness creates form, how intention shapes energy, how vibration determines experience. These aren't religious metaphors. They're descriptions of what modern quantum physics is now discovering, that consciousness and matter are not separate, that observation affects outcome, that reality is fundamentally participatory rather than predetermined. Third, and this is perhaps the most controversial part that contributed to its banishment, the Book of Enoch tells the story of the Watchers, celestial beings who descended to Earth and shared forbidden knowledge with humanity. They taught about the stars, about herbs and healing, about the secrets of nature and creation itself. The text presents this as a transgression, a violation of cosmic law. But read deeper, and you'll see what this story really represents. It's an allegory for the awakening of human consciousness to higher knowledge, the moment when humanity moved from unconscious existence to self-aware creation. The punishment that follows in the story isn't divine retribution. It's the natural consequence of gaining knowledge without the wisdom to use it responsibly. And that's a lesson worth understanding as you step into your own power. Throughout the manuscript, Enoch receives visions of both past and future. Seeing the whole arc of human history and spiritual evolution, he witnesses judgment, not as an external event where an angry God condemns the wicked, but as a natural law of cause and effect, playing out across dimensions of reality. Every choice creates a vibration. Every vibration attracts matching frequencies. Every frequency manifests as experience. This is karma, yes, but not the superstitious version you might have learned. This is physics. This is the law of attraction described in ancient language. This is what Bob Proctor taught about paradigms and what Rhonda Byrne revealed about the secret. Enoch knew it thousands of years ago. The text also reveals detailed prophecies, including messianic predictions that early Christians saw as referring to Jesus. But here's where it gets really interesting for your personal transformation. These prophecies aren't just about external saviors. They're blueprints for the awakening of the Christ consciousness within every human being. The Messiah isn't just one person who lived 2,000 years ago. The Messiah is a state of consciousness, a frequency of being that represents the full activation of your divine potential. When Enoch speaks of the coming of the righteous one, he's speaking about the emergence of this consciousness in humanity, collectively and individually. He's speaking about you, when you finally remember who you truly are. Now let's bring this into your present moment reality. You might be wondering, what does an ancient banned manuscript have to do with my life right now, with my struggles, my dreams, my desire for transformation? Everything, because the reason the Book of Enoch was suppressed is the same reason you've been conditioned to suppress your own power. The same forces, whether you want to call them religious institutions, social conditioning, limiting belief systems, or just the collective unconscious programming of limitation, have worked to keep you from knowing what Enoch knew, that you are not separate from the divine, that heaven isn't a distant place you go to after death, that you have access right now to the same creative force that generates stars and galaxies. Every day, you're told in 1,000 subtle ways that you're not enough, that you need something outside yourself to be complete, that transformation is difficult or requires suffering, that your current circumstances define your future possibilities. These messages come through media, through family patterns, through educational systems, through the very structure of society itself. They're not necessarily malicious, though some certainly are. Mostly, they're just the repetition of old programming, the echo of ancient decisions made by people who believed control was more important than freedom, who thought limitation was safer than expansion. But you're reading this because something in you has already rejected that programming. You've already sensed that there's more to your existence than what you've been told. You've already felt, even if just for fleeting moments, that you're capable of more, that reality is more flexible than it appears, that consciousness is the key to everything. The Book of Enoch is here to confirm what you already know in your bones, and to give you a framework, an ancient yet eternally relevant framework for understanding and developing your creative power. Let me be direct with you about something. The knowledge in these manuscripts won't do anything for you if you approach it as just interesting information, as historical curiosity, or as entertainment. That kind of passive consumption is exactly what keeps people stuck. The power of this teaching comes alive only when you recognize that Enoch's journey is your journey, that his transformation is possible for you, that the cosmic laws he learned are operating in your life right now whether you're conscious of them or not. The question isn't whether these principles are true. The question is whether you're ready to apply them, to live them, to become them. Here's what I know about you, even without meeting you. You wouldn't be drawn to this material if you were satisfied with surface-level living. You wouldn't be here if you weren't ready for something more, some part of you, perhaps the part that's been whispering to you in quiet moments or shouting at you during your darkest hours, knows that you're meant for transformation. You're meant to break free from whatever has been holding you back. You're meant to create a life that reflects your highest vision rather than your deepest fears. And you're meant to do this not someday, not when circumstances are perfect, not when you've somehow earned it through suffering, but now, right now, in this moment. The Book of Enoch was hidden from you not because you were unworthy of its teachings, but because those teachings would make you too powerful, too free, too impossible to control. Think about that. Really let it sink in. You have been systematically discouraged from accessing knowledge that would liberate you. That alone should tell you how powerful you actually are. You don't suppress something that's powerless. You don't ban something that's ineffective. You don't hide something that doesn't work. The very fact of suppression is proof of power. And now, in this moment, the suppression is ending. Not because some external authority has decided you're finally ready, but because consciousness itself is evolving, because the collective vibration of humanity is rising, because enough individuals like you have decided that living small is no longer acceptable. The universe doesn't withhold truth from those genuinely seeking. It waits for the readiness, the openness, the willingness to be transformed by what's discovered. You're holding that willingness right now, or you wouldn't still be listening. As we move through this audiobook together, I'm going to share with you the specific teachings from the Book of Enoch and show you how they connect with everything we now understand about consciousness, manifestation, quantum reality, and personal transformation. But more than that, I'm going to help you see yourself in these ancient texts, because Enoch's story isn't separate from yours. His ascension, his direct communion with divine consciousness, his understanding of cosmic laws, his ability to see beyond the veil of physical reality, all of this represents capacities that exist dormant within you, waiting for activation. You've been taught to see ancient prophets and spiritual masters as somehow different from you, as special souls who had abilities you could never possess. That teaching itself is part of the suppression. It keeps you worshipping instead of embodying, admiring instead of becoming, believing instead of knowing. But the truth that the Book of Enoch reveals and that every authentic spiritual teaching confirms, is that there's no fundamental difference between your consciousness and theirs. The difference is only in development, in activation, in the willingness to move beyond comfortable limitation into uncomfortable expansion. Enoch was a man. He lived in a physical body. He experienced human life with all its challenges. The text makes this clear. He wasn't born enlightened. He wasn't created different. He became what he became through a process, through choices, through alignment with higher frequencies, through the consistent practice of elevating consciousness beyond its default programming. Everything he achieved is available to you, because the same divine spark that animated him animates you. The same creative force that showed him the secrets of heaven is flowing through your awareness right now. The same potential for transformation that allowed him to transcend death is coded into your very cell. This is not metaphor. This is not exaggeration. This is the truth that's been hidden from you, and it's the truth that will set you free if you allow it. But freedom requires something from you. It requires that you stop being a passive recipient of life and become an active creator. It requires that you stop waiting for external salvation and start activating internal divinity. It requires that you release the comfortable story of victimhood and step into the sometimes uncomfortable reality of absolute responsibility for your experience. The Book of Enoch will challenge, not because it's difficult to understand. I'll make sure every concept is clear and accessible, but because it will confront every limiting belief you've ever held about who you are and what you're capable of. It will show you that the ceiling you've been living under is actually a floor, that what you thought was your maximum is actually your starting point, that the life you've been settling for is a fraction of what's possible when you understand the true nature of reality and your role in shaping it. So as we begin this journey together, I want you to make a choice right now. Are you going to approach this as interesting information to add to your mental library? Or are you going to allow it to fundamentally alter your perception of yourself and your world? Are you going to remain a student of transformation, or are you going to become transformation itself? The Book of Enoch doesn't need more people who know about it. The world doesn't need more people with theoretical knowledge of spiritual principles. What's needed, what you're here for, is embodiment, living it, being it, becoming it. The manuscript was forbidden because it reveals forbidden knowledge, knowledge that threatens every system built on human limitation. You are forbidden knowledge. Your power is forbidden. Your direct access to source consciousness is forbidden. Your ability to create reality through the marriage of thought and emotion is forbidden, not because it's wrong, but because it's threatening to those who benefit from your self-doubt. But here's the beautiful truth. Forbidden only means forbidden by external authority. It has no power over your internal choice. You can reclaim what was taken. You can remember what was hidden. You can become what you've always been beneath the layers of programming. The Book of Enoch is your invitation, but you're the one who has to accept it. You're the one who has to walk through the door it opens. You're the one who has to do the work of reprogramming your subconscious, elevating your vibration, and aligning your entire being with the truth of your divine nature. I can show you what the manuscript contains. I can explain how its principles apply to your life. I can give you the framework and the understanding, but the transformation itself, that's all you. That's always been all you. You're not here to be saved by this knowledge. You're here to be awakened by it, to be reminded of what you already are at the deepest level of your being. So breathe that in for a moment. Feel the weight of what I'm saying. You are standing at a threshold. On one side is everything you've known, all the comfortable limitations, all the familiar patterns, all the safe stories about why you can't, why you're not ready, why you need more time, or more preparation, or more permission. On the other side is everything Enoch discovered, everything the Book of Enoch promises: direct access to divine consciousness, mastery over the creative forces of reality, transformation of identity from limited human to unlimited being, the ability to manifest your highest vision, and ultimately, the same ascension that Enoch himself achieved. Which side will you choose? Actually, don't answer that yet, because choosing the path of transformation isn't a one-time decision. It's a choice you'll make again and again, in every chapter of this book, in every moment of your life from now on. The question isn't whether you'll choose expansion or limitation once. The question is whether you'll keep choosing expansion even when it's uncomfortable, even when your old programming screams at you to stop, even when everyone around you thinks you're crazy for believing you can be more than what you've been. The Book of Enoch survived 2,000 years of suppression to reach you in this moment. That's not accident. That's destiny. Not the kind of destiny that's predetermined and unchangeable, but the kind of destiny that emerges when consciousness recognizes its own patterns, when souls remember their purpose, when the universe orchestrates synchronicities to deliver exactly what's needed, exactly when someone's ready to receive it. You're ready. You might not feel ready. You might have doubts, fears, questions. That's okay. Enoch had those too. Every person who's ever stepped into transformation has had those. Readiness isn't the absence of doubt. Readiness is the willingness to move forward despite doubt. So here we are, at the end of the beginning. You now know why the Book of Enoch was banned. You understand that its suppression was actually a testimony to its power. You recognize that the same forces that hid this manuscript have been working to hide your own potential from you. And you're making the choice, consciously or unconsciously, to reclaim what was taken, to remember what was forgotten, to become what you've always been capable of becoming. In the chapters ahead, we'll dive deep into the specific teachings of Enoch. We'll explore his journey through the heavens and what it reveals about levels of consciousness. We'll examine the story of the Watchers and what it teaches about knowledge, responsibility, and the consequences of awareness. We'll look at the cosmic laws he learned and how they apply to your daily practice of manifestation. We'll study his prophetic visions and understand them as blueprints for your own awakening. And through it all, we'll be doing something revolutionary. We'll be recovering the forbidden knowledge that is your birthright and using it to transform your reality from the inside out. This is your moment. This is your manuscript. This is your transformation. The Book of Enoch isn't just revealing ancient secrets. It's revealing you to yourself. Welcome to the journey of remembering who you really are. Welcome to the path of ascension that Enoch walked and that now calls to you. Welcome home to your power, your divinity, your unlimited potential. The suppression is over. The awakening begins now. Are you ready? Because everything you've been searching for, everything you've been longing for, everything you've known was possible but couldn't quite reach, it's all here, waiting in these ancient manuscripts that were hidden from you for so long. It's all here, waiting in the consciousness that's awakening within you right now. It's all here, waiting for you to claim it, embody it, become it. Let's begin. Chapter 2. Enoch and the Code of Ascension. When a human transcends limitation. There's a single line in the ancient text that changes everything you think you know about human potential. It's so simple that most people read right past it, missing the revolutionary truth it contains. The line says this: Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. Not he died and went to heaven. Not he was rewarded in the afterlife. But he was taken, transformed, elevated while still in his physical body, transcending the very limitation that every human being accepts as absolute and final. Death itself. Let that sink in for a moment. A human being, not a god, not an angel, not some mythological figure, but a man with a body, with a family, with a life in the physical world, achieved something that you've been taught is impossible. He didn't just have a spiritual experience. He didn't just receive a vision or a revelation. He fundamentally transformed the nature of his existence, moving from one state of being to an entirely different one. And here's what nobody wants you to understand. If one human can do it, the code exists. If the code exists, it can be learned. If it can be learned, it can be replicated. Which means everything Enoch achieved is not just historical fact or religious mythology. It's a template for your own transformation. But before we dive into how Enoch accomplished this impossible feat, we need to address something crucial. You've been conditioned to see limitations as fixed reality. Death is inevitable. Aging is unavoidable. Your biology is predetermined by genetics. Your circumstances define your possibilities. These aren't just beliefs you hold casually. They're deep programs running in your subconscious mind, reinforced every single day by the world around you. Everyone you know accepts these limitations. Science appears to confirm them. Your own experience seems to validate them. So when I tell you that Enoch transcended these very limitations, your programmed mind immediately wants to explain it away, to make it symbolic, to ensure it doesn't threaten your comfortable worldview. Stay with me here, because your comfortable worldview is exactly what's keeping you trapped. Every limitation you accept as unchangeable becomes your prison. Every impossibility you believe in becomes your boundary. That's just how it is you repeat, becomes the brick and mortar of the walls that contain your potential. Enoch's ascension isn't a story to make you feel good about some distant heaven. It's a direct challenge to every limiting belief you've ever held about what's possible for a human being operating in physical reality. So who was Enoch, really? According to the text, he was the great-grandfather of Noah, living in a time before the great flood that would reshape civilization. He lived 365 years, a number that's symbolically significant, matching the days in a solar year, suggesting alignment with cosmic cycles and natural law. He had a wife, children, responsibilities. He walked among people just as you do. He wasn't born enlightened. The text makes clear that his transformation was a process, a journey, a systematic elevation of consciousness that happened over time through specific practices and alignments. The manuscript describes how Enoch was called by angels, how he began to receive visions, how he was gradually initiated into deeper and deeper levels of cosmic knowledge. But here's what's really happening in these passages. They're describing the awakening process, the moment when a human being stops living on autopilot and begins to consciously work with the creative forces of reality. The angels aren't necessarily external beings appearing from the sky. They represent higher frequencies of consciousness, expanded states of awareness, aspects of divine intelligence that become accessible when you elevate your vibration beyond the default human frequency. Think about your own life for a moment. How much of it are you living consciously versus unconsciously? How many of your thoughts are actually yours versus programming downloaded from family, society, media? How many of your daily actions are chosen versus habitual? For most people, the honest answer is humbling. We spend the vast majority of our time in autopilot mode, running the same mental loops, experiencing the same emotional patterns, making the same choices that lead to the same results. This isn't living. This is biological repetition. And Enoch's journey began the moment he broke free from this unconscious pattern. The text says, he walked with God, which is another way of saying he lived in continuous conscious alignment with source consciousness, with the fundamental creative intelligence of the universe. This wasn't occasional prayer or Sunday worship. This was a state of being, a frequency he maintained consistently. And here's what modern neuroscience now confirms. When you maintain a consistent state of elevated consciousness, when you repeatedly activate specific neural pathways, when you condition your nervous system to operate at higher frequencies, you literally rewire your brain. You change the physical structure of your neurons. You alter your genetic expression. You transform your biology. Joe Dispenza's research has shown this repeatedly. When people enter deep meditative states and maintain elevated emotions consistently, their bodies begin to change at the cellular level. Genes that were dormant become active. Genes that were overactive quiet down. The immune system strengthens. The aging process slows. The body begins to repair itself in ways that medical science calls spontaneous remission or unexplained recovery, but which are actually the natural result of consciousness operating at its full potential. Enoch discovered this principle thousands of years before we had the technology to measure it. He learned to maintain an elevated state of consciousness so consistently that his very biology transformed. But consciousness elevation isn't just about meditation or prayer, though those are tools. It's about the marriage of thought and emotion, the precise combination that creates the vibrational frequency capable of manifesting new reality. You can think positive thoughts all day long, but if your emotional state remains rooted in fear, lack, or limitation, those thoughts have no creative power. They're just mental noise. Conversely, you can feel inspired emotions, but if your habitual thoughts are negative, you're just experiencing temporary emotional highs that lead nowhere. True transformation happens when you align your conscious thoughts with elevated emotions and maintain that alignment consistently. The Book of Enoch describes this process through the imagery of his heavenly journeys. He's taken through 7 heavens, each one representing a higher level of consciousness, a more expanded state of awareness. In the first heaven, he sees the angels who govern weather and natural phenomena. This represents the level of consciousness where you become aware that what appears as external reality is actually governed by invisible forces, by patterns and laws that operate beneath surface appearances. Most people never reach this level. They remain convinced that what they see is all there is, that physical reality is solid and fixed, that circumstances happen to them rather than through them. When you break through to this first level of expanded awareness, everything changes. You start to see synchronicities. You notice patterns. You recognize that your thoughts and emotions are somehow connected to what shows up in your external experience. You're not yet controlling it consciously, but you're becoming aware that there's a connection. This is crucial because awareness always precedes transformation. You cannot change what you're not conscious of. Enoch's journey through the first heaven represents this initial awakening, the moment when the veil starts to thin and you glimpse the truth that consciousness and matter are intimately connected. As Enoch ascends through subsequent heavens, he encounters increasingly profound revelations. He sees the paradise where righteous souls dwell. He witnesses the places of judgment. He learns about the cosmic order that governs all existence. Each heaven represents a deeper layer of understanding about how reality operates. And here's what's absolutely critical to understand. These aren't just metaphysical concepts to contemplate. They're practical teachings about the mechanics of manifestation, about cause and effect, across multiple dimensions of reality, about the laws that determine what you experience in physical form. In one of the most powerful passages, Enoch is shown the storehouses where natural phenomena are kept, where snow and hail and rain are stored, where the winds are held in reserve. At first glance, this seems like primitive cosmology, like an ancient person trying to explain weather before understanding meteorology. But look deeper. What Enoch is being shown is that everything in physical reality exists first as potential, as energy held in a kind of cosmic inventory, waiting to be called forth into manifestation. This is quantum field theory described in the language available to an ancient consciousness. The field contains all possibilities. Your observation, your focus, your intention, your emotion, these are what collapse the wave function and bring specific possibilities into physical form. You are doing this right now, in every moment, whether you're conscious of it or not. Your dominant thoughts and feelings are reaching into the quantum field, into the storehouse of infinite possibilities and pulling specific experiences into your reality. The problem is that for most people, this process is completely unconscious. They're manifesting by default, creating from their deepest programming rather than their highest vision. They're pulling from the storehouse of limitation because that's what their vibration matches. Enoch learned to do this consciously, to deliberately choose which possibilities to collapse into his experience by controlling his state of being. The ascension process that Enoch underwent wasn't instant. It was progressive, systematic, building layer upon layer of understanding and integration. And this is important for you to know because transformation doesn't happen through a single insight or one profound experience. It happens through the consistent, repeated choice to elevate your consciousness, to align with higher frequencies, to act from your expanded awareness rather than your conditioned patterns. Every time you choose an elevated thought over a habitual negative one, you're ascending. Every time you maintain a feeling of gratitude or love or creative excitement despite circumstances that would normally trigger fear, you're ascending. Every time you act from your vision rather than your history, you're ascending. This is the code that Enoch discovered, the process that led to his ultimate transformation. He learned to live at a frequency so consistently elevated, so completely aligned with source consciousness, that his physical body could no longer be sustained at the lower frequency of normal human existence. Think about what this means. Your body is not solid matter. It's energy vibrating at a specific frequency. When you change your frequency consistently enough, your body has to change to match. This isn't magic. This isn't metaphor. This is physics applied to consciousness. Now the text tells us that at a certain point, Enoch was simply taken. He walked with God, and then he was not. He disappeared from physical reality, or more accurately, he transitioned to a different frequency of existence where physical limitation no longer applied. Some religious traditions call this assumption, this being taken up bodily without experiencing death. But here's what's really happening. Enoch elevated his consciousness to such a degree that his body literally transformed its vibrational frequency beyond the range of physical matter as we know it. He became light, energy, pure consciousness, operating in a form no longer bound by the laws that govern dense physical existence. You might be thinking, that's beautiful, but I'm not trying to disappear from this world. I have a life here. I have things I want to create and experience in physical reality, and that's perfect, because that's not what I'm suggesting you do. Enoch's complete ascension represents the ultimate possibility, the end point of this journey of consciousness evolution. But the principles he discovered, the practices he mastered, the understanding he gained, these are applicable right now to transform your current reality without leaving it. When you learn to consistently elevate your consciousness the way Enoch did, you don't necessarily vanish from the physical plane, but you do transcend the limitations that make physical life feel like struggle, suffering, and limitation. You start to experience synchronicities that feel like magic. You manifest desired outcomes that others call miraculous. You heal conditions that medicine calls incurable. You create financial abundance where there was lack. You attract relationships that reflect your highest vision. You access creative solutions that seem to come from nowhere. You become, in every practical sense, a master of your reality rather than a victim of it. The 7 heavens that Enoch traveled through can be understood as 7 levels of consciousness, 7 frequencies you can learn to access and embody. The first level is basic awareness that consciousness and matters are connected. The second is understanding that you are not your thoughts, but the awareness behind them. The third is recognizing that emotions are energy in motion that you can direct. The fourth is realizing that you are not separate from source, but an expression of it. The fifth is knowing that time is not linear, but a field of all possibilities existing simultaneously. The sixth is embodying the truth that you are the creator of your experience. The seventh is complete unity consciousness, where all sense of separation dissolves. Most people operate at or below the first level their entire lives. Some spiritual seekers reach the second or third. Very few embody the fourth and beyond. But every level is accessible to you right now because you already contain all of these capacities. They're not external achievements you have to earn. They're internal realities you have to remember and activate. Enoch didn't gain anything he didn't already possess as a human being. He activated what was dormant, remembered what was forgotten, embodied what was potential. And here's where it gets really practical for your life. Let's say you're struggling financially, operating at the first level of consciousness. You see money as something external, something you have to work hard for, something that's scarce and difficult to obtain. Your thoughts about money trigger emotions of anxiety, fear, or resentment. This emotional state becomes your vibrational frequency, and that frequency reaches into the quantum field and manifests more experiences of financial struggle because that's what it matches. You're stuck in a loop, creating the very thing you're trying to escape. Now imagine approaching this same situation from even just the third or fourth level of consciousness. You recognize that money is energy, a symbol of value exchange, something that flows naturally when you're in alignment with abundance frequency. You understand that your emotional state determines what you attract, so you deliberately cultivate feelings of gratitude for what you have and excitement for what's coming. You see yourself not as separate from the source of all abundance, but as an expression of it, meaning abundance is your natural state. From this elevated consciousness, you take different actions, notice different opportunities, attract different circumstances. Your external reality must change because your internal frequency has changed. This isn't positive thinking. This isn't just affirmations or vision boards, though those can be tools. This is fundamental transformation of your state of being. The same transformation Enoch underwent. He didn't just think different thoughts. He became a different frequency. And when you become a different frequency consistently enough, your reality has no choice but to reorganize itself to match. The key word there is consistently. Enoch walked with God, present tense, continuous action. He didn't walk with God on Sundays or when he felt like it, or when circumstances were favorable. He maintained alignment continuously. And this is where most people fail in their transformation journey. They have a great meditation, feel elevated for an hour, then spend the rest of the day in their habitual patterns. They attend a workshop and feel inspired, then return to their normal programming by Monday. They read a book that shifts their perspective, but they don't implement the practices consistently enough for real change to occur. Your subconscious mind, where all your deep programming lives, is estimated to be about 95% of your mental processing. Your conscious mind, where your desires and intentions live, is maybe 5%. So you can consciously want transformation all day long, but if your subconscious is programmed for limitation, fear, and lack, you will keep manifesting experiences that match your subconscious programming. Enoch's ascension was the result of reprogramming his subconscious so completely that it aligned with his conscious intentions and his elevated emotional states. He became integrated, unified, whole, and from that state of wholeness, everything is possible. How do you reprogram the subconscious? Through repetition, through emotional intensity, through consistent practice of being the person you want to become before your external reality proves it. This is what Enoch did. He didn't wait for heaven to appear and then decide to walk with God. He walked with God, maintained that elevated consciousness consistently, and heaven appeared as a natural result. He lived from the end result rather than for the end result. He embodied his transformation before his circumstances confirmed it. And this is the pattern that every successful manifestation follows. Whether we're talking about ancient prophets or modern practitioners of conscious creation. Think about someone like Rhonda Byrne when she discovered the secret. Her life was in chaos, filled with problems and pain. But she didn't wait for her circumstances to improve before she started practicing the principles of the law of attraction. She elevated her consciousness, aligned her thoughts and feelings with what she wanted to experience, and maintained that alignment consistently even when her external reality hadn't yet changed. And the universe had to respond, reorganizing circumstances to match her new frequency. This is the same principle Enoch demonstrated. This is the code of ascension applied in modern context. Now let's address something important. When I talk about transcending limitation, I'm not suggesting you bypass your humanity or deny your challenges. Spiritual bypassing, where you use positive thinking to avoid dealing with real issues, is not transformation. It's suppression. Enoch didn't transcend physical reality by denying it or running from it. He transcended it by fully engaging with it from an elevated state of consciousness. He didn't ignore the difficulties of his time. He faced them, understood them, and operated within them from a higher frequency that changed how those difficulties affected him. You have real problems, real bills to pay, real relationships that need attention, real health issues that need addressing, real emotions that need processing. The elevated consciousness I'm describing doesn't erase these realities. It changes your relationship to them. It gives you access to solutions, resources, and inner strength that aren't available when you're operating from fear-based consciousness. It allows you to move through challenges without being destroyed by them, to learn from difficulties without being defined by them, to experience temporary setbacks without losing sight of your ultimate vision. Enoch lived in a time that the text describes as corrupt, as fallen, as filled with violence and confusion. He wasn't ascending from a paradise where everything was easy. He was transcending a difficult reality by refusing to let that reality determine his consciousness. And whatever challenges you're facing right now, whatever seems impossible in your life, this is your opportunity to do the same thing. Not to deny what is, but to create what will be by elevating your consciousness beyond current circumstances. Here's a practice that connects directly to Enoch's ascension code. Tonight, before you sleep, spend just 10 minutes in an elevated state of consciousness. Don't make this complicated. Simply sit comfortably, close your eyes, and begin to breathe slowly and deeply. As you breathe, recall a moment in your life when you felt truly elevated. Maybe a moment of profound gratitude, or love, or creative excitement, or peace. Don't just think about this moment. Feel it. Let the emotion fill your body. Let it elevate your frequency. And then, from this elevated state, see yourself living the life you truly desire. Not in some distant future, but now. Feel the emotions of that reality as if it's already true. Let your body experience the physical sensation of your vision fulfilled. Do this consistently every single night, and watch what begins to shift in your external reality. Because you're doing exactly what Enoch did. You're walking with God, meaning you're aligning with the highest frequency, the creative source, the field of infinite possibilities. You're training your nervous system to operate at an elevated frequency. You're programming your subconscious with the vibration of your desired reality. You're becoming the frequency of your transformation before your circumstances prove it. And when you do this consistently enough, your external reality must reorganize to match your internal frequency. This is law. This is how reality works. This is the code Enoch discovered, and that you can apply starting tonight. The story of Enoch's ascension isn't ancient history. It's happening right now. Every time you choose elevation over limitation, you're ascending. Every time you align with source consciousness instead of fear-based programming, you're ascending. Every time you embody the frequency of your vision instead of the frequency of your current circumstances, you're ascending. You might not disappear from physical reality the way Enoch did, but you will transcend the limitations that have kept you trapped. You will access states of consciousness that were previously unavailable. You will manifest experiences that previously seemed impossible. And the most beautiful part of this entire journey is that you don't have to figure it all out before you start. Enoch didn't receive the complete map before taking his first step. He walked with God one day at a time, one moment at a time, one choice at a time. Each choice to elevate his consciousness led to deeper revelations, which led to more transformation, which led to higher possibilities. It's a spiral of expansion that has no end. You step into it by making one simple choice, right now, to elevate your consciousness in this present moment, to feel gratitude instead of complaint, to choose love instead of fear, to align with possibility instead of limitation. That's all it takes to begin. That's all Enoch did. He began, and he continued, and he persisted, and eventually he transcended everything that appears to be fixed and unchangeable about human existence, not because he was special or chosen or different from you, but because he discovered and applied the code of ascension, the principles of consciousness elevation that are available to every human being willing to do the inner work of transformation. You are not here by accident. You're reading this because you're ready to ascend in your own way, to transcend your own limitations, to remember your own divine nature. The code is no longer forbidden. The path is no longer hidden. Enoch walked it and left the map. Now it's your turn to walk, to elevate, to ascend. Not someday, not when you're ready, but now, in this moment, with this breath, through this choice. Welcome to your ascension. Welcome to the life that's been waiting for you on the other side of your limitation. Welcome home to who you've always been beneath the programming. Let's continue this journey together. Chapter 3. The Watchers and the Forbidden Knowledge. The Price of Consciousness. Expanded. There's a story in the Book of Enoch that has been misunderstood for thousands of years. A story so powerful and so threatening that it became one of the primary reasons the entire manuscript was banned from mainstream scripture. It's the story of the Watchers, celestial beings who descended to Earth and shared knowledge that was meant to remain hidden from humanity. On the surface, it reads like a tale of rebellion and punishment, of angels who fell from grace because they desired human women and taught forbidden secrets. But if you read this story only at face value, you miss the most transformative teaching it contains, a teaching about the nature of consciousness itself, about what happens when awareness expands beyond its current boundaries, and about the responsibility that comes with higher knowledge. Let me tell you what this story is really about. It's about you, right now, in this moment of your evolution. It's about what happens when you begin to wake up from the programmed sleep of consensus reality. It's about the choice you face when you encounter knowledge that has the power to completely transform your life. but also comes with consequences that will change everything about how you operate in the world. The Watchers aren't just ancient celestial beings. They represent that part of your consciousness that's ready to see beyond the veil, to access information that exists outside the accepted paradigm, to know truths that the majority of humanity isn't ready or willing to embrace. The text tells us that 200 Watchers descended to Mount Hermon, bound by an oath, because they knew what they were about to do was transgressive. They looked upon the daughters of men and found them beautiful, and they took them as wives. This is where most religious interpretations stop, turning the story into a cautionary tale about lust and disobedience. But look deeper. The daughters of men represent physical reality, the material world, the embodied human experience. The Watchers, seeing them as beautiful, represents consciousness, recognizing that the physical realm isn't something to transcend or escape, but something to engage with, to merge with, to transform through the application of higher knowledge. When these celestial beings married human women, they were actually demonstrating the fundamental principle of manifestation, the marriage of consciousness and matter, the union of the invisible and the visible, the integration of higher wisdom with physical reality. This is what you're learning to do right now. You're not just gathering spiritual concepts to contemplate from a distance. You're learning to bring elevated consciousness into your daily life, to merge your highest knowing with your physical circumstances, to impregnate your material reality with the seeds of transformation. And here's where the story gets really interesting. The text says these unions produced offspring called the Nephilim, giants who walked the earth and consumed everything in their path. These weren't just large humans. They represent the amplified results that occur when higher consciousness meets physical reality without proper integration, without wisdom, without understanding of the natural balance. When you gain access to powerful manifestation knowledge, but apply it from ego rather than alignment, when you use elevated consciousness for selfish gain rather than holistic transformation, you create results that are technically impressive, but ultimately destructive. Think about someone who learns the law of attraction and uses it to manipulate others or accumulate wealth while remaining internally miserable. They might manifest external success, but they've created a giant that consumes everything around it without bringing real fulfillment. Or consider someone who discovers they can influence others through psychological techniques, but uses this knowledge to control rather than empower. They've accessed higher knowledge, but applied it from a lower frequency, creating something monstrous rather than miraculous. This is the warning embedded in the Nephilim story, and it's critically important for your own journey. But the fall of the Watchers wasn't just about who they married or what they created. It was about what they taught. The Book of Enoch gives us a detailed list of the forbidden knowledge they shared with humanity. And this list is absolutely fascinating when you understand what it really represents. Azazel taught men to make swords and weapons, to work with metals and warfare. Semjaza taught enchantments and root cuttings. Armaros taught the resolving of enchantments. Barakijal taught astrology. Kokabel taught the constellations. Ezekiel taught the knowledge of the clouds. Arakiel taught the signs of the earth. Shamsiel taught the signs of the sun. And Sariel taught the course of the moon. Read that list again, slowly. What you're seeing is a catalog of knowledge that gives humans power over their environment, understanding of natural forces, and ability to predict and influence outcome. This is technology, science, medicine, astronomy, meteorology, and psychology, all wrapped in ancient terminology. The Watchers taught humanity how to move from being passive recipients of natural forces to active participants in shaping reality. They taught the secrets of cause and effect, the patterns that govern physical and celestial phenomena. the tools for transformation and creation. And here's the question that makes this entire story relevant to your life right now. Why was this knowledge considered forbidden? If knowledge is power, if understanding creates freedom, if wisdom enables transformation, why would teaching these things be seen as a cosmic violation? The answer reveals something profound about the nature of consciousness and the spiritual laws that govern creation. Knowledge without corresponding consciousness level is dangerous, not morally wrong, but practically hazardous, like giving a child the keys to a car or a teenager access to unlimited credit. The problem isn't the car or the credit. The problem is that the capacity to use these tools wisely hasn't yet developed. The Watchers gave humanity advanced knowledge before humanity had developed the consciousness level to use that knowledge in alignment with cosmic law, with natural balance, with the good of the whole, rather than just the desires of the individual. And this is exactly what's happening in your own life right now. You're being exposed to knowledge about manifestation, about the power of consciousness, about reality creation, about energy and vibration, and the quantum field. This knowledge is real. It works. It's powerful. But if you apply it from a consciousness level that's still rooted in ego, fear, scarcity, or separation, you will create results that ultimately lead to more suffering, not less. You'll manifest things that don't truly fulfill you. You'll achieve goals that leave you empty. You'll acquire power that isolates you. You'll become like the Nephilim, giant in external achievement, but monstrous in internal reality. The text says that the result of the Watchers' teachings was violence, corruption, and imbalance on earth. Humanity used the knowledge they received to dominate rather than cooperate, to take rather than give, to separate rather than unite. They learned how to make weapons, but not how to make peace. They learned how to predict the stars, but not how to navigate their own consciousness. They learned how to manipulate matter, but not how to transform themselves. And so, the knowledge that could have elevated humanity instead accelerated its descent into chaos. Does this sound familiar? Look at our modern world. We have more technology than any previous generation, more information at our fingertips than all the libraries of the ancient world combined, more capacity to create and manifest than kings and emperors could have imagined. Yet are we happier, more fulfilled, more at peace, or have we used our knowledge to create weapons of mass destruction, systems of exploitation, technologies of addiction, and patterns of consumption that are literally destroying the planet? We have the Watchers' knowledge, but do we have the consciousness to use it wisely? This is why the Book of Enoch was banned, not because the story of the Watchers was false or insignificant, but because it reveals an uncomfortable truth. Knowledge alone doesn't save you. Information alone doesn't transform you. Power alone doesn't liberate you. What transforms you is the elevation of consciousness that allows you to hold and apply knowledge in alignment with the highest good, in harmony with natural law, in service of evolution rather than ego. So, what does this mean for you, practically, as you engage with the manifestation teachings, the consciousness principles, the reality creation techniques that are everywhere in modern spiritual culture? It means you need to be brutally honest about your current level of consciousness and your true motivations. When you want to manifest more money, is it because you genuinely want to create abundance that flows through you to others? Or is it because you're afraid of not having enough? When you want to attract a romantic partner, is it because you're overflowing with love to share? Or is it because you feel incomplete without someone? When you want to build a business or create success, is it to express your unique gifts in service? Or is it to prove your worth or gain approval. These aren't just philosophical questions. They determine everything about what you actually manifest and whether it brings fulfillment or suffering. The Watcher's mistake wasn't teaching knowledge. It was teaching knowledge to those who weren't ready to use it wisely, who would apply it from ego rather than essence, from fear rather than love, from separation rather than unity. And your mistake will be trying to use consciousness technology from an unconscious state, trying to manifest from a wounded place, trying to create from a frequency that's still rooted in limitation. But here's the good news embedded in this ancient warning. The story doesn't end with the Watcher's fall and humanity's corruption. It ends with Enoch himself being called to deliver a message of judgment and a promise of restoration. Enoch, who represents awakened consciousness, is sent to tell the Watchers that their time is finished, that a cleansing is coming, that what has been corrupted will be purified. And to humanity, the message is both sobering and hopeful. You will face the consequences of misusing knowledge, but ultimately, consciousness will evolve, wisdom will increase, and the proper relationship between knowledge and awareness will be restored. This is where you are right now, in your own journey. You're becoming aware that you've been using whatever manifestation knowledge you had from a limited consciousness level. Maybe you've been trying to force outcomes, to control situations, to get what you want without consideration for what's truly aligned. Maybe you've been applying spiritual techniques like tools of manipulation rather than instruments of transformation. Maybe you've been focused on changing external circumstances without doing the internal work of evolving your consciousness. And maybe, if you're honest, some of the things you've manifested have felt empty or created new problems, even as they solved old ones. The judgment that Enoch announces isn't punishment from an angry God. It's the natural consequence of operating out of alignment with cosmic law. When you try to manifest from ego, the universe might give you what you ask for, but it won't give you what you actually need. When you use consciousness tools without elevating consciousness itself, you might get results, but those results will ultimately create more limitation. The price of expanded knowledge is expanded responsibility. The cost of greater power is greater alignment. The requirement for successful manifestation is internal transformation that matches or exceeds your external desires. Let me give you a concrete example. Imagine someone discovers the power of visualization and affirmations. They learn that focused intention can shape reality. So they start visualizing wealth, affirming abundance, holding the vision of financial success. And let's say it works. Money starts flowing in. Opportunities appear. Their bank account grows, but they haven't done the internal work of transforming their relationship with money, healing their scarcity wounds, or developing the consciousness of true abundance. What happens? They either sabotage the success because they don't feel worthy of it, or they achieve it but remain anxious and afraid of losing it, or they get it but can't enjoy it because they're always chasing more. They used Watcher knowledge without Enoch consciousness, and the result is a giant that consumes them. Now imagine the same person approaching manifestation differently. They still use visualization and affirmations, but they combine these tools with deep internal work. They examine their beliefs about money and worthiness. They heal the emotional wounds that created scarcity thinking. They elevate their consciousness to a frequency where abundance is natural rather than forced. They align their desires with their values and their values with the highest good. When this person manifests wealth, it feels different. It flows naturally. It stays. It grows. It brings actual fulfillment because it's coming from an elevated state of being rather than a desperate state of wanting. This is the lesson of the Watchers. Knowledge is neutral. Techniques are tools. Information is just information. What determines the outcome is the consciousness from which you apply them. Bob Proctor taught this principle when he talked about paradigm. You can know all the success principles in the world, but if your paradigm, your subconscious programming, hasn't shifted, those principles won't work for you long term. Rhonda Byrne revealed the secret, but she also emphasized that you must feel the feelings of having what you want, which is another way of saying your consciousness must match your desire. Joe Dispenza demonstrates through neuroscience that you can't create a new future from your old self, that you must become someone new at the level of consciousness and biology before new realities can manifest. The Watchers gave knowledge. Enoch embodied consciousness. The Watchers' students created chaos. Enoch's ascension created possibility. The difference wasn't the information available. The difference was the internal state from which that information was applied. And this is the single most important distinction you need to understand as you work with any manifestation teaching, any consciousness principle, any reality creation technique. The technique itself is never the determining factor. Your state of being is everything. So how do you know if you're ready for the knowledge you're receiving? How do you know if you're applying it from elevated consciousness or just dressed up ego? Here's a simple test. Look at what you're trying to manifest or create. Now ask yourself, if I got exactly what I'm asking for, but nobody ever knew about it, nobody ever acknowledged it, nobody ever validated me for it, would it still fulfill me? If the answer is no, you're manifesting from ego. If the answer is yes, you're creating from essence. Ask another question. Will getting what I want require someone else to lose, to be less, to suffer, or to give up something they need? If the answer is yes, you're operating from separation consciousness, and whatever you manifest will ultimately create more division. If the answer is no, if your manifestation can coexist with and even contribute to the well-being of others, you're operating from unity consciousness, and what you create will be sustainable. One more. Am I trying to use this knowledge to fix myself, to finally be enough, to prove my worth, to earn love, or to escape fear? Or am I applying this knowledge from a place that already knows I'm whole, already feels abundant, already trusts the process, already loves myself exactly as I am, while simultaneously growing? The first approach is Watcher knowledge without wisdom. The second approach is Enoch consciousness that can safely hold and apply higher knowledge. Here's what the story of the Watchers is ultimately teaching you. Consciousness expansion isn't just about learning new information or acquiring new technique. It's about becoming a different frequency of being. It's about evolving your internal state so that you can hold greater power without being corrupted by it, access deeper knowledge without being destroyed by it, manifest bigger results without being consumed by them. The Watchers fell because they gave power without wisdom, knowledge without consciousness, tools without transformation. You're not going to make the same mistake. You're reading this because you understand, at least intuitively, that the real work isn't just learning what to do, but becoming who you need to be to do it wisely. You're here because you're ready to elevate your consciousness before, during, and after you manifest your desires. You're here because you want to use the knowledge you're gaining in alignment with the highest good, rather than just personal gain. And here's the promise embedded in this ancient story. When you approach consciousness expansion with humility, when you combine knowledge with wisdom, when you match technique with transformation, when you align power with love, you don't fall like the Watchers. You ascend like Enoch. You don't create giants that consume. You create miracles that bless. You don't bring chaos into the world. You become an agent of healing, elevation, and restoration. The forbidden knowledge isn't forbidden anymore. Not really. We live in a time when manifestation teachings, consciousness principles, and reality creation techniques are everywhere. The information that the Watchers were punished for sharing is now available in books, courses, podcasts, and audiobooks like this one. The secret is no longer secret. The hidden is now revealed. The forbidden is freely accessible, but the responsibility that comes with this knowledge is the same today as it was in Enoch's time. You must elevate your consciousness to match the power you're accessing, or that power will corrupt rather than liberate. I want you to think about your life right now. What knowledge have you already been given that you haven't yet integrated? What techniques do you know but haven't mastered because you're trying to use them from an unconscious state? What manifestation principles have you learned but can't seem to make work because your underlying frequency hasn't shifted? These aren't failures. They're invitations to do the deeper work, to elevate your consciousness, to become the person who can safely and wisely use the knowledge you already have. The Watcher's story is a mirror. It shows you what happens when knowledge outpaces consciousness. But Enoch's story, which we explored in the last chapter, shows you what happens when consciousness elevation is the priority. Enoch didn't fall because he didn't just learn, he became. He didn't just acquire knowledge, he transformed. He didn't just gain power, he evolved his capacity to hold and express that power in alignment with divine will. This is your path forward, not rejecting knowledge, not avoiding power, not staying small to stay safe, but combining every piece of information you receive with a corresponding elevation of consciousness, matching every new technique with a deeper level of internal transformation, aligning every manifestation desire with a more refined frequency of being. This is how you honor the Watcher's lesson without repeating their mistake. This is how you claim Enoch's ascension without bypassing the work that makes it possible. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, I want you to do something specific. Think about what you've been trying to manifest or create in your life. Hold that desire clearly in your mind. And then, instead of visualizing the outcome or affirming the result, ask yourself this question: who would I need to become to hold this manifestation wisely? What aspects of my consciousness need to evolve to match the power I'm asking for? What internal transformation needs to happen for this external creation to bring blessing rather than burden? Sit with these questions. Don't rush to answer them intellectually. Feel into them. Let your deeper knowing, your soul wisdom, your higher self, reveal what needs to shift internally before external manifestation will truly serve you. This is the consciousness work that the Watchers skipped and that Enoch mastered. This is the preparation that turns knowledge from forbidden danger into sacred tool. This is the difference between falling and ascending, between creating giants and birthing miracles. The knowledge you're receiving isn't forbidden anymore, but it's still sacred. It's still powerful. It's still capable of transformation or destruction, depending on the consciousness from which you apply it. Choose transformation. Choose to elevate your being before you expand your doing. Choose to become before you acquire. Choose to ascend like Enoch rather than fall like the Watchers. This choice, made consistently in every moment, with every new piece of knowledge, with every manifestation attempt, with every consciousness tool you apply, this choice is what determines not just what you create, but who you become in the process. And who you become is infinitely more important than what you get. Because when you become the elevated consciousness that can hold knowledge wisely, You don't just manifest one desire. You become a continuous creator, a consistent manifester, a reliable conduit for divine expression in physical form. You become what the Watchers could have been if they had prioritized wisdom over knowledge. What humanity is becoming as we collectively learn to match our technology with our conscience. What you are becoming right now as you choose ascension over acquisition, being over having, transformation over information. The story of the Watchers isn't a warning to avoid knowledge. It's an invitation to prepare consciousness. The fall isn't inevitable. The ascension is possible, and you're choosing which path to walk with every decision you make about how to apply what you're learning. Choose wisely. Choose consciously. Choose elevation. The knowledge is yours. The power is real. The responsibility is sacred, and your transformation, when approached with wisdom and humility, will be miraculous. Chapter 4. The Field of Infinite Possibilities, the Science. Behind the Sacred Manuscripts. What if I told you that the ancient prophets and modern physicists are describing the exact same reality, just using different languages? What if the mystical experiences recorded in sacred texts, like the Book of Enoch, are actually accurate descriptions of quantum mechanics, the observer effect, and the participatory nature of reality that science is only now beginning to understand? This isn't about making religion scientific or making science spiritual. This is about recognizing that truth is truth, regardless of whether it's discovered through meditation or mathematics, through revelation or research, through sacred vision or laboratory experimentation. When Enoch describes traveling through the heavens and seeing the storehouses where snow and hail are kept before being released to earth, he's not giving us primitive meteorology. He's describing what quantum physics now calls the field of infinite possibilities, the quantum vacuum, the zero-point field where all potential realities exist in a state of superposition before observation collapses them into manifest form. When he speaks of angels governing natural forces, he's describing what we might now call the organizing principles, the invisible patterns, the information fields that structure how energy becomes matter. The language is different, but the reality being described is identical. Let me break this down in a way that will fundamentally change how you see both ancient wisdom and modern science, and more importantly, how you understand your own creative power. In quantum physics, there's a foundational discovery that shattered the old materialist worldview. It's called the observer effect, and it proves that consciousness and matter are not separate things. They're intimately, inextricably connected. When scientists observe subatomic particles, the very act of observation affects what those particles do. Before observation, a particle exists as a wave of probability, spread across multiple possible locations and states simultaneously. The moment consciousness observes it, the wave function collapses, and the particle appears in one specific location with specific properties. Read that again slowly, because this is the scientific validation of everything the ancient mystics taught and everything you're learning to apply in your own life. Reality at its most fundamental level is not solid, fixed, or predetermined. It's fluid, responsive, and participatory. Consciousness doesn't just witness reality. Consciousness creates reality through the act of observation, through attention, through focus, through the directing of awareness. You are not a passive observer of a fixed world. You are an active participant in a fluid field of infinite possibilities, and what you observe, what you focus on, what you give your attention to, literally determines which possibility collapses from the field into your physical experience. This is exactly what Enoch was shown when he was taken through the heavens and revealed the mechanics of creation. He saw that physical reality emerges from an invisible realm of pure potential, that this potential is organized by consciousness and intention, that human beings have the capacity to influence which possibilities manifest through the quality of their awareness and the frequency of their being. He didn't have the language of quantum mechanics, but he had direct experiential knowledge of the same fundamental truth that quantum physics would later prove in laboratories. Now let's connect this to your daily life in a practical way. Every morning you wake up and enter a field of infinite possibilities. What you'll experience today isn't predetermined. It's not set in stone. It exists as a spectrum of probabilities, a range of potential outcomes that will collapse into specific experiences based on where you place your attention and what frequency you're vibrating at. Most people don't realize this. They wake up and immediately start observing their problems, their limitations, their lack, their fears. They scroll through negative news, replay yesterday's difficulties, anticipate today's challenges, and wonder why their life keeps delivering more of the same. But here's what's actually happening at the quantum level. When you wake up and immediately focus on your financial stress, you're collapsing possibilities from the field that match the frequency of financial stress. When you start your day thinking about your relationship problems, you're observing that reality into further manifestation. When you review your health complaints or your work frustrations, you're literally reaching into the quantum field and pulling forward more experiences that match those observations. You think you're just thinking about what's real, but you're actually creating what becomes real through the act of observation. Enoch was shown this principle in the most elegant way. He saw the storehouses of creation, the chambers where all possibilities wait to be called forth. He understood that nothing manifests randomly. Everything that appears in physical form is drawn from this invisible storehouse by consciousness, by intention, by the quality of attention given to specific possibilities. The angels he describes as governing these storehouses are the organizing intelligences, the patterns of energy that respond to conscious direction. In modern terms, we might call this the responsive nature of the quantum field, the way that consciousness and energy interact to produce material reality. But here's where most people misunderstand manifestation teaching and why they struggle to create what they truly desire. They think that manifestation is about thinking positive thoughts or visualizing desired outcomes while maintaining the same fundamental frequency, the same core state of being, the same subconscious programming. They try to observe abundance while vibrating at the frequency of lack. They attempt to focus on health while maintaining the emotional state of illness. They work to attract success while embodying the consciousness of failure. And then they wonder why the quantum field doesn't deliver what they're asking for. The field doesn't respond to your words, your wishes, or even your conscious thoughts in isolation. The field responds to your state of being, to your dominant vibration, to the electromagnetic signature that your brain and heart are broadcasting based on your combined thoughts and emotions. This is where the ancient wisdom and modern science converge so perfectly. Enoch teaches that to access higher realms and their corresponding reality, you must elevate your consciousness, transform your state of being, and align with the frequency of what you seek. Quantum physics teaches that to collapse specific possibilities from the field, you must match the vibration of those possibilities through your own electromagnetic state. Joe Dispenza has measured this in his research. When people enter elevated emotional states like gratitude, love, or joy while holding clear intentions in meditation, their brainwave patterns change, their heart coherence increases, and their electromagnetic field becomes more organized and powerful. In this state, they're literally broadcasting a signal into the quantum field that matches the reality they want to experience. And the field responds. People heal from illness. Opportunities appear out of nowhere. Relationships transform. Financial situations shift, not because they wished hard enough, but because they became the electromagnetic match to their desired reality. This is the science behind what the Book of Enoch describes as walking with God, as ascending through heavens, as accessing divine knowledge. Enoch elevated his consciousness to such a degree that his vibrational state gave him access to realms, information, and possibilities that remain invisible to those operating at default human frequencies. He didn't break natural law. He mastered natural law. He didn't perform miracles. He understood the mechanics of how consciousness interacts with the quantum field to create specific outcomes in physical reality. Let's go deeper into how this field actually works, because understanding the mechanics empowers you to work with it intentionally rather than randomly. The quantum field, this invisible ocean of potential that surrounds and interpenetrates everything, contains every possible version of your life simultaneously. There's a version where you're financially abundant, and a version where you're struggling. There's a version where you're healthy and vital, and a version where you're sick and tired. There's a version where your relationships are thriving, and a version where you're alone and isolated. All of these exist right now as probabilities in the field. Which version collapses into your physical experience depends entirely on which possibility you're observing, meaning which reality you're giving your attention, emotion, and belief to. This is why Bob Proctor always taught that you must see yourself already in possession of what you desire. Why Rhonda Byrne emphasized feeling the feelings of having received what you're asking for. Why every authentic manifestation teaching tells you to live from the end result rather than for the end result. They're all describing, in their own way, how to become the observer that collapses the desired probability from the field. But here's what makes this challenging. Your subconscious mind, which is running the show about 95% of the time, has been programmed with specific observations, specific frequencies, specific electromagnetic patterns based on your past experiences, your childhood conditioning, your cultural programming, and your repeated thoughts and emotions throughout your life. So even if your conscious mind decides to observe abundance, your subconscious might be broadcasting lack. Even if you intellectually choose health, your subconscious might be vibrating illness. Even if you want to manifest love, your subconscious might be signaling unworthiness. The quantum field doesn't care about your conscious desires if your subconscious programming is broadcasting a contradictory signal. It simply responds to your dominant frequency, to the electromagnetic signature that's being most consistently emitted by your brain-heart system. This is why affirmations alone often don't work. This is why vision boards without internal transformation are just pretty pictures. This is why positive thinking divorced from emotional and energetic shift is ultimately ineffective. You're trying to change the observation without changing the observer. Enoch understood this, which is why his transformation was so complete. He didn't just learn new information, he reprogrammed his entire being. He changed his fundamental frequency so thoroughly that he became a different observer, capable of collapsing entirely different possibilities from the field. The ascension described in his story isn't about leaving physical reality. It's about transforming into a frequency that has access to realities that are impossible at lower frequencies. And this same transformation is available to you, not as mystical fantasy, but as applied quantum mechanics. So how do you actually do this? How do you reprogram your subconscious, change your dominant frequency, and become the observer who collapses your desired reality from the field. This is where ancient practice meets modern neuroscience. The answer is through consistent, repetitive, emotionally charged focus on the reality you choose to experience, done in a state where your analytical mind is quiet and your subconscious is receptive. This is what meditation really is. This is what prayer was always meant to be. This is what visualization becomes when done correctly. When you enter a meditative state, your brain waves slow down from beta, the waking analytical state, to alpha and theta, the states where your subconscious mind becomes programmable. In this state, when you combine a clear mental picture of your desired reality with the elevated emotions of already living that reality, you're literally installing new programming into your subconscious. You're teaching your brain and heart to broadcast a new electromagnetic signature. You're becoming a different observer who will naturally collapse different possibilities from the quantum field. This isn't instant. Your current programming took years or decades to install through repetition. The new programming requires consistent practice to override the old pattern. But here's what makes it possible. The quantum field is always responsive, always available, always ready to deliver whatever matches your frequency. You don't have to convince it or beg it or earn its cooperation. You simply have to become the electromagnetic match to what you're asking for, and the field must respond. This is law. This is physics. This is how reality works at the most fundamental level. The Book of Enoch describes this process through the imagery of Enoch repeatedly ascending to receive new revelations, repeatedly being shown deeper truths, repeatedly having his consciousness expanded through encounters with higher realms. Each ascension represents a progressive reprogramming, a systematic elevation of his frequency, a step-by-step transformation of his state of being. He wasn't just visiting these realms in meditation and then returning to his old frequency. He was integrating what he experienced, embodying the higher frequencies he encountered, becoming someone who could maintain access to these elevated states. This is exactly what you must do. One powerful meditation where you feel connected to infinite abundance isn't enough if you spend the rest of your day vibrating lack. One profound visualization of perfect health isn't sufficient if your dominant state remains one of illness. One moment of feeling unconditional love won't transform your relationships if you return to patterns of fear and unworthiness. The transformation happens through consistency, through repetition, through the disciplined practice of maintaining an elevated frequency, even when your current circumstances haven't yet shifted to match. And this is where faith comes in, not as blind belief, but as the bridge between frequencies. Faith, in its truest form, is the ability to maintain the observation of your desired reality in the quantum field, even when your physical senses are showing you something different. It's the capacity to keep broadcasting the electromagnetic signature of abundance, even when your bank account shows lack. It's the commitment to vibrating health, even when your body shows symptom. It's the discipline of feeling loved, even when you're physically alone. The ancient texts call this faith. Quantum physics calls it sustaining coherence with a possibility that hasn't yet materialized. But they're describing the same thing, the ability to be a consistent observer of a specific probability until the quantum field has no choice but to collapse that probability into physical manifestation, because the field always responds. The question is never whether the field will deliver. The question is whether you can maintain the observation, the frequency, the electromagnetic signature long enough for manifestation to occur. Enoch's story shows us that this is possible. He maintained such consistent alignment with divine consciousness such unwavering observation of higher realities, such persistent vibration at an elevated frequency, that his physical body itself transformed. He didn't just manifest better circumstances. He transcended the limitations of physical form entirely. Now, you're probably not trying to dematerialize like Enoch did, but you are trying to manifest specific changes in your physical reality, and the principle is exactly the same. Become the frequency of what you want to experience. Maintain that frequency consistently, and the quantum field will reorganize your physical circumstances to match. Let me give you a concrete example of how this works. Let's say you want to manifest a new career opportunity, something that pays better, aligns with your passions, and allows you more freedom. Right now, that opportunity exists in the quantum field as a probability. It's there, waiting to be observed into existence. But you're currently in a job you dislike, feeling trapped, undervalued, and hopeless. Every day, you're observing your current unsatisfying situation, thinking about how much you hate your job, feeling the emotions of being stuck. What are you doing at the quantum level? You're collapsing more of the same from the field, because that's what you're observing, that's what you're vibrating, that's what your electromagnetic signature is broadcasting. Now imagine approaching this differently. You still have the job you dislike, but you begin a daily practice. Every morning before your analytical mind fully engages, you enter a meditative state. In this state, you see yourself in your ideal career. You don't just picture it vaguely. You make it real in your mind. You see where you're working, what you're doing, who you're working with, and more importantly, you feel the emotions of already being in that career. You feel the satisfaction, the excitement, the freedom, the appreciation. You let these emotions fill your body. You maintain this state for 15 or 20 minutes, programming your subconscious with this new reality, broadcasting this new frequency into the field. Then, throughout your day, whenever you notice yourself slipping back into the old observation of lack and limitation, you pause. You take a breath. You reconnect with the feeling of your desired reality. You don't deny your current circumstances, but you don't give them your dominant attention either. You're training yourself to become a different observer, someone who is already living the reality you want to experience. And here's what happens. The quantum field begins to respond. Opportunities start appearing. Conversations happen. Ideas emerge. Connections form. Your physical reality begins to reorganize itself to match the frequency you're consistently broadcasting. This isn't magic. This isn't wishful thinking. This is quantum mechanics applied to consciousness. This is what the Book of Enoch was teaching through the language of mystical vision. This is what every ancient wisdom tradition understood about the relationship between consciousness and matter. And this is what modern science is now proving through rigorous experimentation and measurement. But let's address something important. This understanding of the quantum field and manifestation can be misused, just like we discussed with the Watchers in the previous chapter. If you approach this as a technique to get what you want while remaining the same person, if you try to use quantum mechanics to manipulate reality for ego gratification, if you see the field as a cosmic vending machine that dispenses goodies when you push the right buttons, you're missing the deepest truth, and you'll create results that ultimately don't fulfill you. The quantum field isn't just a neutral medium waiting to give you whatever you ask for. It's intelligent. It's coherent. It's organized by love, by unity, by the fundamental drive toward greater complexity, consciousness, and connection. When you align with these organizing principles, when your manifestations serve your highest evolution and contribute to the greater good, The field supports you in ways that feel miraculous. When you work against these principles, when your desires come from separation, fear, or ego, the field will still respond, but the results will create more problems than they solve. Enoch's ascension wasn't just about mastering the mechanics of manifestation. It was about aligning so completely with divine consciousness, with the organizing intelligence of the field itself, that his personal will and divine will became indistinguishable. He wasn't trying to get something from the universe. He became one with the universe. He wasn't manipulating the field. He was flowing with it. And this complete alignment gave him access to levels of creative power that are impossible when you're operating from separation. This is the invitation for you. Yes, learn the mechanics. Yes, understand the science. Yes, practice the techniques of becoming a conscious observer who collapses desired probabilities from the field. But do all of this in the context of your own evolution, your own awakening, your own alignment with the highest expression of consciousness. Don't just use these principles to get a better car or a bigger house. Use them to become someone who can hold greater abundance, deeper love, more profound purpose, and contribute more powerfully to the healing and evolution of our world. When you approach the quantum field this way, when you see manifestation as a tool for transformation rather than acquisition, something shifts. Your desires naturally begin to align with what truly serves you. Your manifestations come more easily because you're not fighting against the organizing principles of the field. Your results bring genuine fulfillment because they're emerging from an authentic frequency rather than a desperate need. You become like Enoch, not trying to manipulate reality, but partnering with the creative intelligence that generates all reality. Tonight, I want you to experiment with this understanding. As you prepare for sleep, your brain naturally moves into alpha and theta states, the same states where your subconscious is most receptive. In this liminal space between waking and sleeping, hold a clear vision of one specific thing you want to manifest. Don't make it complicated. Choose something clear and specific, see it in detail, and then feel the emotions of already having it. Feel grateful for its presence in your life. Feel excited about living this reality. Feel the satisfaction of this manifestation complete. Let these feelings fill your body as you drift toward sleep. Don't worry about whether you're doing it right or whether it's working. Just maintain the observation of your desired reality, coupled with the elevated emotions of already living it. You're programming your subconscious. You're broadcasting a new frequency into the field. You're becoming a different observer. And the quantum field, which is always listening, always responsive, always ready to deliver whatever matches your electromagnetic signature, is already beginning to reorganize circumstances, people, and events to match the reality you're observing. This is how Enoch walked with God. This is how ancient prophets accessed divine knowledge. This is how modern practitioners create miraculous transformations. This is how you step into your power as a conscious creator, working with the quantum field rather than against it, partnering with the organizing intelligence of the universe rather than trying to control it, becoming the frequency of your desires rather than remaining the frequency of your limitations. The science behind the sacred manuscripts isn't about making spirituality acceptable to skeptics. It's about empowering you to understand that you live in a responsive universe, a participatory reality, a quantum field of infinite possibilities where your consciousness, your observation, your frequency determines what manifests. This was Enoch's revelation. This is quantum physics discovery. This is your opportunity. Not someday, not when you understand it perfectly, not when you feel ready, but now, tonight, in this moment. Step into the field as a conscious observer. Choose which probability you want to collapse into your experience. Maintain the frequency of that choice, and watch as reality reorganizes itself to match. The field is waiting for your observation. What will you choose to see? Chapter 5. The Seven Heavens and the Levels of Consciousness. Mapping your evolution interior. Imagine that your consciousness is like a building with 7 floors, and you've been living your entire life on the ground floor, never realizing there are 6 more levels above you, each one offering expanded perspective, greater power, and access to realities that are completely invisible from where you currently stand. This isn't metaphor. This is the actual structure of human consciousness, as revealed in the book of Enoch, through his journey through the 7 heavens. Each heaven he visited represents a distinct level of awareness, a specific frequency of consciousness, a particular way of perceiving and interacting with reality. And here's what changes everything. Every single one of these levels is accessible to you, right now, not through physical death or divine selection, but through the systematic elevation of your own consciousness. When Enoch was taken through the 7 heavens, he wasn't traveling through physical space. He was ascending through states of consciousness, each one representing a more expanded, more coherent, more powerful way of being. The angels he encountered at each level weren't external beings judging whether he was worthy to proceed. They were aspects of intelligence, patterns of knowing, qualities of awareness that become accessible at each frequency. The visions he received weren't random mystical experiences. They were direct perception of how reality operates at different levels of consciousness, from the densest material perception to the most expanded unity awareness. And here's why this matters so profoundly for your life right now. You're not stuck at one level of consciousness. You're not condemned to see reality only one way. The frustration you feel, the limitations you experience, the problems that seem unsolvable, they exist because you're trying to address them from a level of consciousness that created them. Einstein famously said, "You cannot solve a problem from the same level of consciousness that created it." Enoch's journey through the 7 heavens is the map showing you exactly how to ascend to new levels where solutions, possibilities, and realities that are completely unavailable at your current level become not just possible, but natural. Let's walk through these 7 levels together, and as we do, I want you to honestly assess where you currently operate most of the time. Not where you'd like to be, not where you occasionally visit during peak experiences, but where your default consciousness lives. Because transformation begins with honest self-assessment, with seeing clearly where you are so you can consciously choose to ascend to where you want to be. The first heaven that Enoch encounters is the realm where angels govern weather, where the storehouses of natural phenomena are kept, where the physical elements are organized before manifestation. This represents the first level of consciousness, beyond pure materialism. The initial awakening where you begin to recognize that physical reality is not all there is. At this level, you start to see patterns, to notice synchronicities, to sense that something invisible underlies and organizes what appears visible. Most people never reach even this first level. They remain completely identified with the material world, convinced that what they see is all that exists, that circumstances are random, that they're powerless victims of external forces. But you've already moved beyond pure materialism, or you wouldn't be reading this. You've already intuited that consciousness matters, that thoughts and emotions have power, that reality is more fluid than it appears. So the first heaven isn't your destination, it's your foundation, the beginning awareness that there are invisible forces at work, that you're more than just a physical body moving through a solid world, that your inner state somehow connects to your outer experience. This is where manifestation journey begins, with the recognition that you're not separate from reality, but participating in its creation. The second heaven in Enoch's journey is described as the place where fallen angels are imprisoned, waiting for judgment. Before you dismiss this as religious mythology, understand what's really being shown here. The second level of consciousness is where you become aware of your shadow, your conditioning, your limiting beliefs, your unconscious pattern. These are the fallen angels, the aspects of your psyche that were once serving you but have become destructive, the thoughts and beliefs that keep you imprisoned in limitation. At this level of consciousness, you start to see how much of your behavior is automated, how many of your choices aren't really choices but programmed responses, how much of your life is being run by unconscious patterns installed long ago. This level can be uncomfortable, even painful, because it's where you confront the truth of your own participation in your suffering. You can no longer blame external circumstances entirely. You start to see how your beliefs create your experience, how your expectations generate your results, how your focus determines your reality. Many people reach this second level and get stuck here, becoming aware of their patterns but not yet empowered to change them. They know they're creating their limitations, but they don't yet know how to create something different. They see the prison, but haven't found the key. The key comes at the third heaven, the level Enoch describes as paradise, the garden where righteous souls dwell. This represents the consciousness level where you move from awareness to application, from seeing your patterns to actively transforming them. At this level, you begin to work consciously with manifestation principle. You understand that thoughts become things, that emotions are creative energy, that you can deliberately choose what to focus on, and thereby influence what manifests. This is where most manifestation teaching operates, where affirmations and vision boards and gratitude practices become powerful tools. But here's what's crucial to understand. The third heaven is wonderful compared to the first two levels, but it's still limited. At this level, you're working to manifest specific desires, to change specific circumstances, to get specific outcomes. You're still operating from a sense of lack, from wanting something you don't have, from trying to move from here to there. The manifestations that happen at this level are real, but they're often temporary or unsatisfying because they're coming from a consciousness that's still fundamentally rooted in separation. You're trying to get the universe to give you something, rather than recognizing yourself as an expression of the universe. The fourth heaven is where everything shifts. Enoch describes this as the place where he sees the courses of the luminaries, the sun and moon and stars in their perfect order, the celestial mechanics that govern time and cycles. This represents the consciousness level where you move from trying to manifest to understanding that you are the manifestation, from seeing yourself as separate from source to recognizing yourself as source, expressing through a temporary physical form. At this level, the question changes from, how do I get what I want, to what wants to emerge through me. This is the level of consciousness where Bob Proctor's teaching about paradigm shift really lands. You're not just changing your thoughts or managing your emotions anymore. You're transforming your fundamental identity, your core sense of who you are. At the lower levels, you see yourself as a limited human trying to access divine power. At the fourth heaven, you recognize yourself as divine consciousness, expressing through human form. The implications of this shift are enormous. You're no longer begging the universe for favors. You're collaborating with it. You're no longer trying to control outcome. You're aligning with the natural unfolding of greater intelligence. At this level, manifestation becomes effortless in a way that's hard to describe. To someone still operating at lower frequency, things just flow. Synchronicities multiply. Doors open that you didn't even know existed. People and resources appear exactly when needed. Not because you're doing manifestation techniques perfectly, but because you've aligned your consciousness with the organizing principles of reality itself. You've stopped swimming against the current and learned to move with it. This is what Rhonda Byrne was pointing to when she talked about feeling good as the ultimate manifestation tool. When you're operating from the fourth heaven, feeling good isn't a technique you use to get something. It's the natural state of being aligned with Source. But even the fourth heaven isn't the end point. Enoch continues ascending, and so can you. The fifth heaven is described as the place where Enoch sees the angels who watch over human affairs, who record deeds, who maintain the cosmic order. This represents the level of consciousness where you begin to perceive the larger patterns, the evolutionary currents, the collective dynamics that your individual life participates in. At this level, your personal manifestations become less about individual gain and more about how you can contribute to the evolution of consciousness itself. This is where your work in the world starts to feel like a calling rather than a career, where your relationships become vehicles for mutual awakening rather than need fulfillment, where your creative expressions serve something larger than personal recognition. You're still fully engaged in physical reality, probably more effectively than ever, but are operating from an entirely different motivation. You're not trying to prove yourself, or escape discomfort, or fill an inner void. You're expressing your unique configuration of consciousness in service to the whole. At this level, something interesting happens with manifestation. You discover that what you truly need appears without effort, while what you thought you wanted but don't actually need simply doesn't manifest, and you're grateful for that. The universe isn't withholding from you. It's protecting you from manifestations that would actually limit your evolution. You start to trust the intelligence of the unfolding, to relax into the process, to know that you're being guided, even when you can't see the full path. This trust isn't blind faith. It's the natural result of operating at a frequency where you've experienced enough evidence of intelligent orchestration that doubt becomes impossible. The sixth heaven in Enoch's account is where he meets the archangels, the highest celestial beings who govern cosmic law and carry out divine will. This represents the consciousness level where individual will and divine will merge, where what you want and what the universe wants for you become indistinguishable. At this level, you're no longer manifesting from personal desire at all. You're allowing the highest possibilities to manifest through you. Your role shifts from creator to channel, from director to instrument, from making things happen to allowing them to emerge. This might sound like loss of agency, like giving up your power, but it's actually the opposite. At lower levels of consciousness, you're constantly struggling, forcing, trying to control outcomes because you don't trust the intelligence of the universe. At the sixth heaven, you're so aligned with that intelligence that your spontaneous impulses and intuitive knowings are already in perfect harmony with what needs to happen. You move through life with incredible effectiveness, but it doesn't feel like effort. It feels like flow, like dancing, like being moved by a current that's carrying you exactly where you need to go. Joe Dispenza's research subjects who experience spontaneous healings or radical life transformations describe operating from this level. They're no longer trying to heal or transform themselves. They've surrendered into a state of being where healing and transformation happen through them. They become the field rather than someone working with the field. The distinction is subtle but crucial. At lower levels, you're using consciousness techniques. At this level, You are consciousness expressing itself through techniques. And then there's the seventh heaven, the ultimate level that Enoch reaches, the place where he comes face to face with the divine throne itself, where he receives the commission to deliver his message to the Watchers and humanity. This represents pure unity consciousness, the state where all sense of separation dissolves, where you experience directly that you and the universe are not two things, but one thing appearing as many. At this level, there is no manifestation because there's no sense of lack. There's no desire because there's complete fulfillment. There's no seeking because everything is already here, already now, already whole. Very few humans stabilize at this seventh level while remaining embodied and functional in physical reality. Enoch did, and the text says he was taken because his consciousness had elevated beyond what physical form could contain. But you don't need to reach the seventh heaven to transform your life completely. Even moving from the first or second level to the third or fourth creates radical shifts in what you experience and what becomes possible for you. And here's the beautiful truth. You don't have to climb these levels in strict order, never going back. Consciousness is fluid. You can access higher levels temporarily, experience what's available there, and bring that knowing back to integrate into your current level. This is what meditation really does. It's not just relaxation or stress relief. It's a practice of temporarily ascending to higher levels of consciousness and installing new programming from that expanded perspective. When you meditate and enter elevated states, you're visiting the higher heavens. The insights you receive, the peace you feel, the clarity you gain. These are tastes of what consciousness is like at levels beyond your default operating frequency. And every time you taste these higher levels, you're creating neural pathways, establishing electromagnetic patterns, programming your subconscious with frequencies that eventually become your new normal. The challenge is that most people meditate, have an expanded experience, feel amazing, and then return to their normal level of consciousness and wonder why the magic didn't stick. It's because one visit to a higher level doesn't reprogram your default frequency. It takes consistent practice, repeated visits, sustained elevation. Enoch didn't ascend to the seventh heaven in one meditation. He progressively moved through each level, integrating the insights, embodying the frequencies, becoming someone who could hold higher and higher consciousness without reverting to lower pattern. This is your work. Not to judge yourself for operating at whatever level you currently inhabit most of the time, but to consciously practice ascending to the next level, to deliberately elevate your frequency, to systematically reprogram your subconscious with the consciousness of the higher heaven. And here's how you actually do this in practical terms. You identify what level you're primarily operating from. You study the characteristics of the next level, and you begin to practice being that consciousness even before your circumstances confirm it. Let's say you identify that you're mostly operating at the second heaven, aware of your patterns but stuck in them, seeing how you create your limitations but not yet empowered to change them. The next level, the third heaven, is about active application of manifestation principles, about consciously choosing what to focus on, about deliberately generating elevated emotions. So you practice every day. You spend time choosing one thing you want to manifest and really feeling the emotions of already having it. Not just thinking about it, but emotionally experiencing it. You're training your consciousness to operate at the third heaven frequency. Or maybe you've been working at the third heaven level for a while. You're good at manifestation techniques. You create results, but it still feels effortful, like you're trying to make things happen. The next level, the fourth heaven, is about identity transformation, about recognizing yourself as source rather than separate from it. So you practice seeing yourself differently. Instead of affirming, I am attracting abundance, which implies separation between you and abundance. You practice feeling, I am the presence of abundance expressing itself. Instead of visualizing the universe giving you what you want, you practice experiencing yourself as the universe manifesting through this particular body and personality. Each level requires different practices because each level operates on different principles, but the progression is always the same. Awareness, application, embodiment. First, you become aware of a higher level, usually through teaching or temporary experience. Then you apply practices that train your consciousness to operate at that frequency. Then you embody it so completely that it becomes your new default, your natural state, the level you automatically return to, even under stress. And here's what's so empowering about understanding these 7 levels. You can see exactly where you are and exactly what's next. You're not lost in some vague spiritual journey with no map. You have a clear structure showing you the progression of consciousness evolution, the specific shifts that happen at each stage, the particular practices that move you from one level to the next. Enoch's journey through the 7 heavens isn't ancient mythology to admire from a distance. It's a precise map for your own evolution, a detailed blueprint for systematic consciousness expansion. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, I want you to ask yourself honestly, which heaven am I operating from most of the time? Don't judge the answer. Just see it clearly. Are you at the first level, just beginning to recognize that consciousness matters? At the second level, aware of your patterns but stuck in them? At the third level, actively working with manifestation but still from a place of lack? At the fourth level, beginning to experience yourself as source? Be honest, because honest self-assessment is the foundation of all transformation. And then, once you know where you are, ask yourself, what would it feel like to operate from the next level? If you're at the second heaven, what would it feel like to actively create your reality rather than just see your pattern? If you're at the third heaven, what would it feel like to recognize yourself as divine conscious rather than a limited human? Don't try to figure this out intellectually. Feel into it. Let your consciousness stretch toward that next level. Let yourself imagine, feel, and embody the frequency of the heaven above where you currently reside. As you drift towards sleep, hold that feeling. Let it program your subconscious. Let it establish new neural pathways. Let it broadcast a new electromagnetic signature into the quantum field. You're not pretending to be something you're not. You're practicing being what you're becoming. You're ascending through the heavens the same way Enoch did, progressively, systematically, one level at a time. And every time you practice operating from a higher consciousness, you make it more likely that this higher frequency will become your new normal. The 7 heavens aren't destinations to reach someday. They're levels of consciousness available right now, in this moment, through the simple but profound practice of elevating your awareness, shifting your frequency, and choosing to observe reality from an expanded perspective. Enoch walked this path and showed us it's possible. The map is drawn. The route is clear. The invitation is here. Which heaven will you visit tonight? Which level will you practice embodying tomorrow? Which consciousness will you choose as your new default? You're not climbing these levels to escape your humanity. You're ascending through them to express your humanity at its highest potential, to live your physical life from expanded consciousness, to bring the wisdom of the higher heavens into the practical reality of your daily experience. This is the journey. This is the path. This is your evolution calling you forward, one level at a time, one choice at a time, one elevated moment at a time. Welcome to your ascension through the 7 heavens of your own consciousness. The next level is waiting. Chapter 6, The Book of Dreams, Programming Future Realities Through Vision. There's a section of the Book of Enoch called the Book of Dreams, where Enoch receives visions of the entire sweep of human history, from his time through the end of days. He sees civilizations rise and fall. He witnesses the flood, the liberation of Israel, the building and destruction of the temple. He perceives patterns that wouldn't unfold for thousands of years. And here's what most people miss about these prophetic visions. Enoch wasn't just receiving information about a predetermined future. He was demonstrating the most powerful creative capacity you possess, the ability to see beyond present circumstances into the realm of pure possibility, and through the act of sustained vision, to call specific futures into manifestation. Dreams, visions, and mental imagery aren't just random neural activity or wishful fantasies. They're the language through which consciousness communicates with the quantum field, the mechanism through which you program future realities, the bridge between invisible potential and visible manifestation. When Enoch received his dreams and visions, he was accessing the same creative faculty that you use every single day, whether consciously or unconsciously. The difference is that Enoch used this faculty deliberately, with clarity, with elevated emotion, and with unwavering faith. You're about to learn how to do the same. Let me start by destroying a myth that's probably limiting your creative power right now. You've been told that dreams are just dreams, that visions are just imagination, that what you see in your mind isn't real, and certainly doesn't affect physical reality. This is completely backwards. What you see in your mind is more real than what you see with your eyes, because mental imagery is you operating at the level of cause, while physical reality is the level of effect. Your outer world is always a delayed reflection of your inner world. The visions you hold consistently in your consciousness today are literally programming the experiences you'll encounter tomorrow, next week, next year. This isn't mystical speculation. This is neuroscience. When you visualize something vividly, when you see it in your mind with clarity and detail, your brain cannot distinguish between the imagined experience and actual physical experience. The same neural networks fire. The same biochemical reactions occur. The same electromagnetic patterns broadcast from your brain and heart into the field around you. Your nervous system responds to your mental imagery as if it's happening right now, creating the emotional state, the physiological conditions, and the energetic frequency of that imagined reality. And here's why this matters enormously for your life. Your subconscious mind, which controls about 95% of your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, learns primarily through repetition and emotional intensity. It doesn't learn through intellectual understanding. It learns through experience. But here's the key. It accepts imagined experience just as readily as physical experience. When you vividly visualize yourself living your desired reality, feeling the emotions of that reality, experiencing the details of that reality, you're giving your subconscious the direct experience of that future. Do this consistently, and your subconscious begins to accept this vision as your new identity, your new normal, your actual reality. Once your subconscious accepts something as real, everything changes. Your habitual thoughts align with this new reality. Your automatic emotional responses reflect this vision. Your actions naturally move toward manifesting this future because your subconscious is now programmed to seek congruence between your internal image and external circumstances. Your reticular activating system, the part of your brain that filters the millions of pieces of sensory information you encounter every moment, starts highlighting opportunities, resources, and connections that match your vision while filtering out everything that doesn't serve it. This is what was happening when Enoch received his visions. He wasn't just passively observing future events like watching a movie. He was actively programming his consciousness with elevated frequencies, with expanded possibilities, with realities that didn't yet exist in physical form, but were absolutely real in the field of potential. His visions were so clear, so detailed, so emotionally charged, that they became more real to him than his present circumstances. And this is the secret to manifestation that most people never grasp. You must make your vision more real than your current reality. Right now, your present circumstances seem real because you can see them, touch them, and experience them with your physical senses. Your desired future seems unreal because it exists only in imagination. But the truth is that both are just different forms of energy at different stages of manifestation. Your present circumstances were once just imagination, just vision, just possibility in the quantum field. They became solid through sustained attention, consistent emotion, and repeated action. Your desired future is following the same path. It's already real in potential. Your job is to make it real in your consciousness through vivid, consistent, emotionally elevated vision. The Book of Dreams in Enoch's manuscript is filled with symbolic imagery, with animals representing nations, with horns representing powers, with complex allegorical sequences. But underneath the symbolism is a teaching about how consciousness uses imagery to encode information, to communicate with deeper levels of mind, to program future realities. Your dreams at night and your visions during the day are doing the same thing. They're not random. They're your consciousness processing information, working out solutions, exploring possibilities, and most importantly, creating templates for future manifestation. When you have a dream about something you want to create, your subconscious is literally building the neural architecture for that creation. When you visualize yourself succeeding at something, you're priming your nervous system for success. When you see yourself healthy, abundant, loved, and fulfilled in your mind's eye, you're programming every cell in your body to vibrate at the frequency of health, abundance, love, and fulfillment. This isn't preparation for manifestation. This is manifestation happening at the causal level, the level where all physical reality originates. Bob Proctor taught this principle for decades through his work on paradigms and programming. He understood that you can't outperform your self-image, that you can't create results that exceed what you believe is possible for you, that you can't manifest realities that your subconscious doesn't accept as achievable. The way to change these internal limitations is through consistent mental rehearsal, through repeated visualization, through sustained emotional immersion in the reality you want to create. You're not pretending. You're programming. You're not fantasizing. You're constructing. You're not escaping reality. You're creating new reality through the most powerful tool you possess, your consciousness. Rhonda Byrne revealed this same truth when she taught about the law of attraction and emphasized the importance of feeling as if your desire is already fulfilled. The feeling is the signal. The emotion is the electromagnetic broadcast. The vision is the template. Together they create an irresistible command to the quantum field to reorganize circumstances, people, and events to match what you're consistently seeing and feeling in your inner world. The field has no choice. It must respond. This is law. But here's where most people sabotage their manifestations without realizing it. They spend 5 minutes in the morning visualizing their dreams, and then they spend the rest of the day thinking about their problems, worrying about their circumstances, complaining about their limitations, and imagining worst-case scenarios. What are they doing? They're programming their subconscious and broadcasting to the field far more consistently with visions of what they don't want than with visions of what they do want. And the field responds to the dominant signal, not the occasional hopeful thought. Enoch's visions weren't occasional. The text makes clear that he received revelation after revelation, dream after dream, vision after vision. He was consistently operating at an elevated consciousness, repeatedly seeing beyond present limitations into future possibilities. He lived in his visions. He made them more real than his circumstances. This is what you must learn to do. Not just visualize once in a while when you feel motivated, but make conscious vision a constant practice, a way of being, a habitual state of consciousness that eventually becomes more natural than focusing on problems. Let me give you a practical framework for how to use vision the way Enoch did, the way every master manifester throughout history has done, the way that neuroscience now confirms actually rewires your brain and reprograms your subconscious. This isn't complicated, but it does require consistency and emotional engagement. First, you need to get clear on what you actually want to create. Not vague wishes or general desires, but specific, detailed visions of your ideal future. What does your perfect day look like from the moment you wake up to the moment you sleep? Where are you living? What are you doing? Who are you with? How do you feel? Take time to really develop this vision. Write it down if that helps. But more importantly, see it in your mind with as much detail as possible. The more specific your vision, the more powerfully your subconscious can work with it. Vague intentions produce vague results. Clear visions produce clear manifestations. See the colors, the textures, the spatial details, hear the sounds, feel the temperature, engage all your senses in your mental imagery. Make it real in your mind. Second, and this is crucial, you must attach elevated emotion to your vision. Emotion is energy in motion. It's the fuel that powers manifestation. When you see your vision but feel nothing, you're sending a weak signal to the field. When you see your vision and feel profound gratitude for its fulfillment, intense excitement about living it, deep joy in experiencing it, overwhelming love in having it, you're broadcasting a powerful electromagnetic signature that the quantum field cannot ignore. The emotion tells your subconscious this is important, this is real, this is now, and your subconscious responds by reorganizing your thoughts, behaviors, and perceptions to align with this emotionally charged vision. Joe Dispenza's research has measured this. When people visualize their desired futures with elevated emotions in meditation, their brain patterns change immediately. They move out of beta, the analytical state where most people spend their waking hours, and into alpha and theta, the states where the subconscious is receptive and programmable. Their heart rate variability increases, indicating greater coherence between brain and heart. Their energy field becomes more organized and extends further from their body. Physically measurable changes occur in their biology just from holding a clear vision with elevated emotion. Third, you must practice this consistently, ideally at the same time every day. Your nervous system loves routine. When you establish a daily practice of visualization, you're training your brain to enter the states necessary for manifestation more quickly and deeply each time. The first few times might feel awkward or difficult. You might struggle to maintain focus or generate genuine emotion. But if you persist, it becomes easier, more natural, more powerful. You're literally creating new neural pathways. establishing new patterns of thought and feeling, building the internal infrastructure for your new reality. Many people ask how long they should visualize. The answer is long enough to feel it become real, to genuinely experience the emotions of living your vision, to fully immerse yourself in the future you're creating. This might be 10 minutes or 30 minutes or longer. Quality matters more than quantity. 5 minutes of deeply felt, vividly experienced visualization is more powerful than an hour of distracted, emotionless imagery. The goal is to reach a state where your vision feels so real that when you open your eyes and return to your present circumstances, there's a momentary disorientation because your inner reality has become more real than your outer reality. Fourth, and this is where most manifestation teaching falls short, you must maintain the frequency of your vision throughout your day, not just during your visualization practice. This doesn't mean you walk around in a constant meditative state, ignoring your responsibility. It means you catch yourself when you start falling into old patterns of thought. When you begin worrying about problems or focusing on lack or imagining negative outcome, each time you notice this happening, you pause, take a breath, and reconnect with your vision. You remember the feeling of your desired reality. You choose to align with that frequency rather than the frequency of your current circumstances. This is the practice that separates those who manifest consistently from those who occasionally get lucky. It's the difference between programming your subconscious temporarily and reprogramming it permanently. It's what distinguishes wishful thinking from creative visualization. It's the discipline that Enoch demonstrated through his sustained elevation of consciousness, his constant communion with higher realms, his unwavering focus on divine vision, even while living in a corrupt world. Now let's address something important about the content of your visions. Enoch's dreams weren't just about personal comfort or individual gain. They showed him the sweep of human evolution, the collective journey of consciousness, the larger patterns of spiritual development. This doesn't mean you can't visualize personal desires or individual goals, but it does suggest that the most powerful visions, the ones that receive the strongest support from the field, are those that align your personal evolution with collective well-being, that serve not just yourself, but the greater good, that contribute to the elevation of consciousness beyond just your own life. When you visualize abundance, do you see it only for yourself, or do you see yourself as a channel through which abundance flows to others? When you imagine perfect health, do you envision it selfishly, or do you see yourself using that vitality to serve, to create, to uplift? When you dream of success, is it purely for recognition, or is it to have greater capacity to make a positive impact? The field responds to all vision, but it amplifies those that align with the evolutionary impulse, with the movement toward greater complexity, consciousness, and connection. This isn't about making yourself wrong for having personal desires. It's about expanding your vision to include both personal fulfillment and contribution to something larger. When you do this, several things happen. First, your ego relaxes because you're not trying to use manifestation to prove your worth or fill an inner void. Second, your vision gains power because it's aligned with the organizing principles of the universe itself. Third, your manifestations come more quickly and easily because you're not fighting against the current of evolution, but flowing with it. The Book of Dreams also reveals something fascinating about prophetic vision that applies to your manifestation practice. Enoch's visions weren't always pleasant. He saw destruction, judgment, chaos, and corruption before he saw restoration and renewal. This teaches that your vision doesn't need to deny current difficulties or pretend problems don't exist. True vision sees through problems to possibilities, acknowledges what is while holding what can be, honors present challenges while programming future triumph. You're not using visualization to escape reality. You're using it to create new reality. In fact, some of the most powerful visualizations involve seeing yourself moving through current challenges with grace, wisdom, and strength. Instead of only imagining circumstances being different, imagine yourself being different in your circumstances. See yourself responding to difficulties with calm instead of anxiety. Visualize yourself finding creative solutions where you currently see only obstacles. Imagine yourself maintaining elevated emotions even when external events would normally trigger fear. This type of vision is incredibly practical and immediately applicable because it's programming your nervous system for resilience, resourcefulness, and emotional mastery. Here's a specific practice you can begin tonight. Before sleep, when your brain naturally moves into alpha and theta states, spend 10 minutes in detailed visualization of your ideal life. Don't just think about it. See it. Feel it. Experience it as if it's happening right now. See yourself waking up in your ideal morning. What's the first thing you see? How does your body feel? What emotions arise naturally? Walk through your entire ideal day in your mind, engaging all your senses, generating real emotions, making it vivid and present. As you do this, your brain is forming new neural connections. Your heart is generating coherent electromagnetic patterns. Your subconscious is receiving programming that this vision is your new reality. Your body is experiencing the chemistry of your desired future, producing the hormones and neurotransmitters that match this elevated state. The quantum field is receiving your signal and beginning to reorganize circumstances to match your frequency. You're not hoping this works. You're applying proven principles of consciousness, neuroscience, and quantum physics. And then, as you drift into sleep, maintain the feeling of your vision. Let go of the imagery if it naturally fades, but hold the emotion. Fall asleep in the frequency of your desired reality, already fulfilled. Your subconscious continues working while you sleep, processing the vision, integrating the programming, solidifying the new neural pathways. You're literally sleeping yourself into your new reality. This is why the ancients received visions in dream. The dream state is when the conscious mind releases control, and the subconscious is most receptive to new programming. When you wake up, before checking your phone or engaging with the world, spend a few moments reconnecting with your vision. Feel the feelings again. Remember who you're becoming. Align with the frequency of your desired reality before external circumstances can pull you back into old patterns. This morning practice reinforces the programming from the night before and sets your frequency for the day ahead. You're training your consciousness to operate from your vision rather than your circumstances. Throughout your day, notice when you start imagining worst-case scenarios, replaying past failures, or focusing on current problems. These are visions too, just visions of what you don't want. Each time you catch yourself doing this, you have a choice. You can continue programming your subconscious with images of limitation, or you can redirect your mental energy toward your desired future. Stop, breathe, reconnect with your vision. Remember the feeling, returns to the frequency. This isn't denial, this is conscious creation. The Book of Dreams in Enoch's manuscript is your invitation to become a conscious dreamer, to stop allowing random thoughts and habitual worries to program your future, to take control of your mental imagery and use it deliberately to create the life you truly want. Your dreams, your visions, your mental movies, they're all programming. The question isn't whether you're programming your subconscious and broadcasting to the field. You're doing that constantly. The question is whether you're programming consciously or unconsciously, whether you're creating by design or by default, whether you're using vision to manifest your highest potential or your deepest fears. Enoch received visions that shaped the course of human consciousness for thousands of years. Your visions might not affect all of humanity, but they will absolutely determine the course of your life, the experiences you have, the person you become, the reality you inhabit. This is your power. This is your responsibility. This is your invitation to stop being a passive recipient of circumstantial reality and become an active creator through the deliberate use of vision. The future isn't fixed. It's fluid. It exists as a field of probabilities waiting for observation, for attention, for the focused consciousness that collapses specific possibilities into manifestation. Enoch saw futures that hadn't yet happened and, through his sustained vision, helped call them into being. You have the same capacity, not to predict a predetermined future, but to create a chosen future through the sustained, emotionally elevated, vividly detailed vision of what you want to experience. Tonight you begin. Not someday when you feel ready, not after you've figured everything out, not when your circumstances improve. Tonight, in the quiet moments before sleep, you take your consciousness to your desired future. You see it, you feel it, you experience it, you program it into your subconscious, you broadcast it into the field, you become it before your circumstances prove it. This is how Enoch dreamed. This is how masters manifest. This is how you create realities rather than just react to circumstance. The book of dreams is open. Your vision is waiting to be seen, felt, and brought into form. Dream consciously. Dream powerfully. Dream your new reality into being. Chapter 7. The Judgment and the Transformation. Alchemical Transmutation and Cosmic Accountability. The Book of Enoch contains some of the most vivid descriptions of judgment ever written. Passages so intense that they made religious authorities uncomfortable for centuries. Enoch sees the places of punishment for fallen angels. He witnesses the judgment of humanity. He describes fires, darkness, and eternal consequences for those who violated cosmic law. Most readers interpret these passages as threats from an angry God, as warnings of external punishment waiting for the wicked. But if you read these texts only this way, you miss the most transformative teaching they contain, a teaching so powerful that understanding it will revolutionize how you see every circumstance in your life, every consequence you experience, every result you create. The judgment Enoch describes isn't punishment imposed by an external deity. It's the natural, inevitable, mathematical consequence of violating universal law. It's the built-in feedback mechanism of reality itself, the way consciousness and creation self-correct when operating out of alignment. Every action creates a vibration. Every vibration attracts matching frequencies. Every frequency manifests as experience. This is judgment, not as condemnation but as cosmic accountability, not as retribution but as natural law in action. And here's what changes everything. You are both the judge and the judged, both the creator of consequences and the experiencer of them. Let me be direct with you about something that most spiritual teaching sugarcoats or avoids entirely. You are completely, absolutely, totally responsible for everything you experience. Not 90% responsible. Not mostly responsible. Not responsible, except for the really bad things that happened to you. 100% responsible for your reality. This isn't about blame. This isn't about shame. This isn't about making yourself wrong. This is about power. Because if you're not responsible for your experience, you're powerless to change it. If circumstances are happening to you, you're a victim. If circumstances are happening through you, you're a creator. The judgment scenes in Enoch show beings facing the consequences of their choices, their actions, their frequencies. The watchers who descended and shared forbidden knowledge without wisdom face imprisonment. The Nephilim who consumed everything face destruction. Humanity that embraced violence and corruption faces cleansing. These aren't arbitrary punishments. They're the natural results of specific frequencies meeting their matching consequences. And this same principle operates in your life every single day, in every single moment, with perfect precision. When you choose thoughts of lack, limitation, and fear, you're broadcasting a frequency that must attract circumstances matching that vibration. This isn't punishment. This is physics. This is the law of attraction, operating with absolute consistency. When you maintain emotional states of anger, resentment, or victimhood, you're generating an electromagnetic signature that reaches into the quantum field and collapses possibilities that match those emotions. The universe isn't judging you. Reality is simply responding to you, reflecting back the frequency you're broadcasting, giving you experiences that match your dominant vibration. This is the judgment, and it's happening continuously. Every thought is a verdict. Every emotion is a sentence. Every choice is a judgment day. Not in some distant future when you die and face divine examination, but right now, in this moment, through the mechanism of cause and effect, operating across the field of consciousness and matter. You think a thought of worry, and immediately your nervous system responds with stress chemistry. You maintain that worry consistently, and circumstances begin appearing that justify more worry. You worry long enough, and you create conditions that seem to validate your fearful thinking. The judgment has occurred. The consequences have manifested. You judged yourself through your consciousness, and reality executed the sentence. But here's where this understanding becomes liberating rather than depressing, empowering rather than crushing. If you're creating your consequences through your frequency, you can change your consequences by changing your frequency. If your current reality is the judgment resulting from past choices, thoughts, and emotions, your future reality will be the judgment resulting from present choices, thoughts, and emotions. You're not locked into anything. You're not condemned to permanent consequences. Every moment is a new opportunity to change your verdict, to shift your vibration, to broadcast a different frequency that will attract entirely different results. This is what transformation actually means. Not just changing your circumstances while remaining the same person, but fundamentally altering your frequency so that new circumstances must emerge to match your new vibration. The judgment described in Enoch isn't final. It's transitional. Yes, there are consequences for operating at low frequencies. Yes, the watchers face imprisonment, and the corrupt face cleansing. But the text also describes restoration, renewal, and the emergence of a new heaven and new earth. Judgment isn't the end. It's the catalyst for transformation. When you face the consequences of your past frequencies, when you experience the results of your previous choices, when you see clearly how your thoughts and emotions have created your current reality, you have a choice. You can resist, deny, and blame, which keeps you stuck in the same frequency that created the consequences you're experiencing. Or you can accept, take responsibility, and choose differently, which immediately begins shifting your frequency toward new possibilities. Acceptance isn't resignation. Acceptance is the acknowledgement that you created this, and therefore you can create something different. Bob Proctor taught this through his work on paradigms and personal responsibility. He understood that until you accept complete responsibility for your results, you remain powerless to change them. As long as you're blaming the economy, your childhood, your circumstances, or other people for your limitations, you're declaring yourself a victim with no creative power. The moment you accept that your current reality is the perfect reflection of your past consciousness, you reclaim your power to create a different reality through present consciousness. Rhonda Byrne revealed this same truth when she taught that you attract what you think about, that your life is a mirror reflecting your dominant thoughts and feelings back to you. The judgment isn't coming from outside. It's coming from inside, from the frequency you're consistently broadcasting. And the beautiful truth hidden in this challenging teaching is that you can change the judgment by changing the frequency. You can alter the consequences by transforming the cause. You can experience entirely different results by becoming entirely different in your consciousness. Joe Dispenza takes this even further by showing through his research that when you change your consciousness consistently enough, you change your biology, your neural structure, your genetic expression, and your electromagnetic field. The judgment written into your cells, the consequences encoded in your nervous system, the patterns hardwired in your brain, all of these can be rewritten through the sustained practice of elevated consciousness. You're not stuck with the body you have, the personality you developed, or the limitations you've been experiencing. These are all consequences of past frequencies, and they can all transform when you transform your frequency. But here's what makes this process challenging, and it's something the Book of Enoch illustrates through its stark imagery of judgment. Transformation requires facing the truth of your current reality without defense or denial. You cannot transform what you cannot acknowledge. You cannot change patterns you refuse to see. You cannot create new consequences until you accept responsibility for current one. This is why the judgment scenes in Enoch are so intense. They represent the painful but necessary confrontation with truth, the moment when consciousness can no longer hide from the consequences it has created. In your own life, this confrontation might look like finally admitting that your financial struggles result from your beliefs about money and your habitual spending patterns, not from the economy or bad luck. It might look like recognizing that your relationship problems stem from your communication style and emotional patterns, not from choosing the wrong partners. It might look like acknowledging that your health issues connect to your stress levels and lifestyle choices, not just genetics or aging. These realizations can be uncomfortable. Your ego will resist them, but they're also profoundly liberating because they return power to you. The places of judgment that Enoch describes, the fires and the darkness and the torment, these are powerful metaphors for what happens internally when consciousness confronts the consequences of its own creation. The fire isn't external punishment. It's the burning away of illusions, the destruction of false beliefs, the purification of consciousness through the acknowledgement of truth. The darkness isn't absence of divine light. It's the experience of being cut off from your own power through denial and blame. The torment isn't inflicted pain. It's the suffering that naturally results from resisting reality instead of accepting and transforming it. When you fully accept that you created your current reality through your past consciousness, something alchemical happens. The very acceptance begins the transformation. The judgment becomes the catalyst for change. The consequence becomes the teacher. The suffering becomes the motivation. You stop wasting energy on resistance, blame, and victimhood. You start directing that energy toward choosing new thoughts, generating new emotions, broadcasting new frequencies, and creating new realities. This is the alchemical process that ancient traditions understood and that modern manifestation teaching sometimes oversimplifies. You don't just think positive thoughts and ignore problems. You face consequences fully, accept responsibility completely, learn lessons deeply, and then consciously choose to vibrate at a different frequency going forward. The judgment refines you. The consequences teach you. The pain motivates you. And the transformation that emerges from this process is authentic, stable, and permanent, rather than superficial, temporary, and fragile. Let me give you a practical example. Imagine someone who's been consistently manifesting financial lack. They work hard, but never seem to get ahead. Bills keep appearing. Unexpected expenses arise. Money flows out faster than it flows in. From a victim perspective, this person might blame the system, their boss, the economy, or just bad luck. From a transformation perspective, this person asks different questions. What beliefs about money am I holding? What emotions around finances am I consistently generating? What frequency am I broadcasting into the field regarding abundance? Upon honest examination, they might discover deep beliefs that money is scarce, that rich people are greedy, that they don't deserve abundance, or that financial security is impossible. They might notice that they feel anxious every time they think about money, resentful when they see others' success, and hopeless about their own situation. These beliefs and emotions are the frequency creating the judgment, the consequences, the continuous manifestation of lack. This recognition is the moment of judgment in its truest form, the confrontation with personal responsibility for results. And this moment, painful as it might be, is the beginning of transformation, because now this person knows exactly what needs to change. Not external circumstances, though those will change as a result. What needs to change is the internal frequency. New beliefs about abundance must be installed. New emotions around money must be generated. New frequencies must be consistently broadcast. This is the work of transformation, the process that follows judgment, the alchemy that converts suffering into wisdom and consequences into catalysts. The Book of Enoch describes a sequence: violation of law, judgment for violation, consequence of judgment, and ultimately restoration through alignment with law. This isn't just cosmic mythology. This is the pattern of all transformation, personal and collective. You violate universal law by operating at frequencies that don't serve you, broadcasting vibrations of fear, lack, or limitation. You experience judgment through the consequences that naturally result from these frequencies. You face the results you've created. And then, if you accept responsibility and choose transformation, you restore alignment with universal law by elevating your consciousness, shifting your frequency, and creating new consequences that reflect your evolved state. This cycle happens continuously at every scale. You can see it in moments, where a negative thought leads to a negative emotion, leads to a negative action, leads to a negative result, at which point you can either continue the pattern or choose differently. You can see it in months or years, where sustained patterns of consciousness create life circumstances that eventually become so uncomfortable they force change. You can see it in lifetimes, if you believe in that framework, where soul lessons play out across incarnations. But the principle is always the same. Consciousness creates consequences. Consequences create feedback. Feedback creates opportunity for transformation. And here's what's so important to understand about this process. The consequences you experience aren't meant to destroy you. They're meant to inform you, to show you where your consciousness is out of alignment, to give you feedback about your frequency so you can adjust it. The universe isn't punishing you. It's teaching you. Reality isn't against you. It's responding to you with perfect accuracy, showing you exactly what frequency you're broadcasting by reflecting it back as experience. When you see judgment this way, when you understand consequences as feedback rather than punishment, everything shifts. You stop resisting difficult experiences and start learning from them. You stop feeling victimized by circumstances and start recognizing them as mirrors, showing you your own consciousness. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start asking, "What is this showing me about my frequency, and what do I need to shift?" This is the difference between being judged by reality and using reality's feedback to transform. The places of restoration that Enoch describes after the judgment, the new heaven and new earth that emerge after the cleansing. These represent what becomes possible when consciousness completes the transformation process. Not just return to a previous state, but elevation to an entirely new level. Not just solving problems, but transcending the consciousness that created them. Not just manifesting better circumstances, but becoming someone who naturally generates elevated circumstances through elevated frequency. This is available to you right now, not after some distant judgment day, not after you've suffered enough, not after you've proven yourself worthy, but right now in this moment, through the simple but profound choice to accept complete responsibility for your reality and commit to transforming your consciousness. The judgment has already occurred. Your current reality is the verdict. The consequences are already manifesting. Your experiences are the sentence. The question is, what will you do with this feedback? Will you resist it, deny it, blame others for it, and thereby stay stuck in the frequency that created it? Or will you accept it, learn from it, take responsibility for it, and use it as the catalyst to transform your consciousness and create entirely different consequences going forward? This choice, made in this moment, is more powerful than any divine judgment could ever be, because this is you judging yourself, sentencing yourself, and also pardoning yourself, liberating yourself, and elevating yourself to new frequencies that will generate new realities. Tonight I want you to do something that might be uncomfortable, but will be profoundly liberating. Look honestly at one area of your life where you're experiencing consequences you don't like. Don't judge yourself for having these consequences. Don't make yourself wrong. Just observe clearly what's happening. Then ask yourself, what frequency have I been broadcasting that created this? What beliefs am I holding? What emotions am I consistently feeling? What thoughts am I repeatedly thinking? Be brutally honest. No one else needs to know your answers. This is between you and your consciousness. And then, once you've identified the frequency that created current consequence, make a clear decision to shift to a different frequency starting now. Not tomorrow. Not when circumstances improve. Not when you feel more confident. Now. Choose one new belief that contradicts the old one. Generate one elevated emotion to replace the habitual low one. Think one thought that aligns with your desired reality instead of your current one. And feel the shift happen in your body, in your energy, in your being. This is the moment of transformation. This is when judgment becomes liberation. This is when consequence becomes catalyst. This is when you stop being a victim of cosmic law and start being a master of it. You're not breaking the law. You're aligning with it. You're not avoiding judgment. You're using its feedback to evolve. You're not escaping consequences. You're creating new ones through transformed consciousness. The Book of Enoch shows judgment as intense and unavoidable, and it is. Every thought judges you. Every emotion sentences you. Every choice determines consequences. But it also shows judgment as temporary, as transitional, as the necessary passage between one state of consciousness and another, between one reality and the next, between who you were and who you're becoming. The fire refines, the darkness clarifies, the consequences teach, and the transformation that emerges from accepting responsibility and choosing differently is permanent, powerful, and yours to claim right now. You are the judge of your reality. You are the creator of your consequences. You are the author of your judgment and the architect of your transformation. This is your power. This is your responsibility. This is your invitation to stop waiting for external salvation and start creating internal transformation that manifests as external change. The judgment is here. The feedback is clear. The consequences are showing you your frequency. Now choose, transform, elevate, and watch as reality responds to your new frequency with consequences that match your evolved consciousness. This is the judgment. This is the transformation. This is your moment to change everything. Chapter 8. The Secrets of the Solar Calendar. Synchronizing with the cycles of manifestation, hidden within the Book of Enoch, is one of the most practical and powerful teachings ever recorded. A teaching that was so revolutionary for its time that it became one of the reasons the manuscript was suppressed. Enoch reveals a precise solar calendar, a system of measuring time that's fundamentally different from the lunar calendar that most ancient cultures used. But this isn't just about tracking days and months. This is about understanding the rhythms of creation itself, the cycles of energy that govern manifestation, the natural patterns of expansion and contraction that determine when to plant and when to harvest, when to act and when to rest, when to initiate and when to integrate. What Enoch discovered, and what modern science is now confirming, is that reality operates in cycles, in rhythms, in waves of energy that flow in predictable pattern. Everything in nature follows cycles. The sun rises and sets. The moon waxes and wanes. The seasons change in sequence. The tides ebb and flow. Your heart beats in rhythm. Your lungs breathe in cycles. Your body moves through circadian patterns. Your brain waves oscillate between frequencies. Nothing in nature is static or random. Everything pulses, cycles, and flows in patterns that can be understood and, more importantly, that can be worked with to amplify your creative power. When you try to manifest something while operating against natural cycles, you're swimming upstream, fighting against the current, making everything harder than it needs to be. When you align your manifestation efforts with natural cycles, you're riding the wave, flowing with the current, allowing the universe's own momentum to carry your intentions into reality. This isn't about limiting when you can create. It's about understanding that certain times are naturally more conducive to certain activities, that energy flows in patterns, and that working with these patterns rather than against them multiplies your effectiveness exponentially. The solar calendar that Enoch describes is based on the sun's movement through the sky, on the changing length of days throughout the year, on the solstices and equinoxes that mark major energetic shifts. This calendar divides the year into 4 quarters, each beginning with a cardinal point: the spring equinox, summer solstice, fall equinox, and winter solstice. These aren't just astronomical events. They're energetic gateways, moments when the veil between potential and manifestation becomes thinner, when consciousness can more easily imprint on the quantum field, when intentions set with clarity have magnified power. But the cycles don't just operate annually. They exist at every scale. Monthly cycles, following the moon's phases. Weekly cycles, reflecting the rhythm of work and rest. Daily cycles, as your energy naturally rises and falls throughout the day. Even hourly cycles, as your brain waves shift between states. And here's what's so powerful about understanding these cycles. When you align your specific manifestation activities with the natural energy of each phase, you multiply your results while reducing your effort. Let's start with the annual cycle, because it's the easiest to understand and the most powerful to work with. The spring equinox, occurring around March 20th, marks the moment when day and night are equal in length and daylight begins to increase. This is the energy of new beginnings, of planting seeds, of initiating projects, of setting intentions for what you want to grow over the coming month. In nature, this is when plants begin sprouting, when animals emerge from hibernation, when life force starts moving outward after winter's inward contraction. For your manifestation practice, this is the ideal time to clarify what you want to create in the coming year. Not vague wishes, but specific intention. Not someday goals, but concrete visions of what you're calling into your life. The energy of spring supports initiation, supports new beginnings, supports planting the seeds of future manifestations. When you set intentions during this window, you're working with the natural surge of creative energy that's moving through all of nature. Your seeds find fertile ground. Your intentions catch a powerful current. After the spring equinox comes the growth phase, the period leading up to the summer solstice around June 21st, the longest day of the year, the peak of yang energy, the maximum of light and expansion. This is when the seeds you planted in spring begin showing visible growth. In nature, everything is expanding, growing, blooming. The energy is fully outward, active, expressive. This is not the time to doubt your seeds or dig them up to check if they're growing. This is the time to nurture them through consistent attention, elevated emotion, and aligned action. For your manifestation practice, the period from spring equinox to summer solstice is about maintaining faith in what you've set into motion, continuing your visualization practices, staying in the frequency of your desires, and taking whatever inspired actions emerge naturally. Don't force, don't push, don't try to control the how. Just stay aligned with the frequency of what you're creating and trust the growth process. When you water a seed, you don't pull it up daily to measure its progress. You trust that growth is happening beneath the surface, and you continue providing the conditions that support that growth. The summer solstice itself is a powerful moment for gratitude and celebration. You're at the peak of the growth cycle. Even if your manifestations haven't fully materialized in visible form yet, they're developing in the quantum field. This is the time to feel grateful for what's coming, to celebrate the growth that's happening, to maintain the elevated emotional state that amplifies manifestation. Bob Proctor always taught that gratitude is the great multiplier, and it's especially powerful at these energetic peaks when the field is most responsive to your frequency. After the summer solstice comes the beginning of the harvest phase, leading toward the fall equinox around September 22nd. The days begin shortening. Energy starts moving from outward expression toward inward integration. In nature, this is when plants produce fruit, when crops ripen, when the visible results of spring planting appear. This is harvest time, And in your manifestation journey, this is when the seeds you planted in spring and nurtured through summer begin showing up as concrete results in your physical reality. Here's what's crucial to understand about this phase. Not all manifestations appear at the same time. Some seeds grow quickly and produce early harvest. Others take the full cycle. Some intentions manifest within weeks. Others require months or even years of consistent frequency before they materialize. The key is to harvest what appears while continuing to maintain the frequency for what hasn't yet manifested. Celebrate every manifestation, no matter how small. Each result is evidence that the process works, that your frequency is shifting, that the field is responding. The fall equinox, the second moment of balance between day and night, is an ideal time for assessment and adjustment. What manifested, what didn't, what worked in your practice, what needs refinement. This isn't about judgment or disappointment. It's about honest evaluation and course correction. The universe doesn't punish you for manifestations that didn't appear. It simply reflects back your dominant frequency. If something didn't manifest, it means your frequency wasn't consistently aligned with that desire. Or perhaps a different manifestation was more aligned with your highest good and appeared instead. After the fall equinox comes the phase leading to the winter solstice around December 21st, the shortest day of the year, the peak of yin energy, the maximum of darkness and rest. In nature, this is when life force moves inward, when trees drop their leaves, when animals hibernate, when the earth rests and regenerates. This is not inactive time. This is integration time. The seeds for next spring's growth are forming during winter's apparent dormancy. The wisdom from this year's experiences is being processed and integrated into your consciousness. For your manifestation practice, the period from fall equinox to winter solstice is about going inward, reviewing your year, integrating your lessons, and allowing your consciousness to rest and regenerate before the next cycle of outward manifestation begins. This doesn't mean you stop visualizing or abandon your practices. It means you shift from aggressive outward push to gentle inward reflection. You're consolidating gains, processing experiences, and preparing the internal ground for next spring's planting. The winter solstice itself is a powerful moment for release and renewal. This is when you consciously let go of what didn't serve you during the past year, the beliefs that limited you, the patterns that held you back, the frequencies that created unwanted results. You're not dwelling on these things or making yourself wrong for them. You're simply releasing them, making space for new frequencies, new beliefs, new patterns that will support next spring's intentions. And then, in the quiet darkness of winter's energy, you begin contemplating what you want to plant when spring returns. Now, these annual cycles are profound, and working with them will significantly amplify your manifestation power. But there are also monthly cycles that you can align with for even more precision and effectiveness. The moon completes its cycle approximately every 29 days, moving from new moon to full moon and back to new moon. This lunar cycle mirrors the annual solar cycle in miniature, offering monthly opportunities to initiate, grow, harvest, and integrate. The new moon is like the spring equinox in microcosm. It's the darkest night, the moment of maximum potential, the ideal time to set intentions for what you want to manifest over the coming month. The energy of new moon supports new beginnings, fresh starts, planting new seeds. Spend time during the new moon or in the day or two following it, clarifying one or two specific intentions for the month ahead. Write them down, visualize them, feel the emotions of their fulfillment. You're programming your subconscious and broadcasting to the field during a window when the energetic conditions are optimal for planting seeds. As the moon waxes, growing from new to full, energy is building, expanding, increasing. This is like the growth phase from spring to summer. Your intentions are developing in the quantum field. Your job is to maintain the frequency, stay in alignment, continue your practices, and watch for signs of manifestation beginning to appear. Don't doubt. Don't worry. Don't check constantly to see if it's working. Just trust the process and keep your frequency high. The full moon, occurring about 14 days after the new moon, is like the summer solstice. It's the peak of the cycle, the moment of maximum light and energy. This is an excellent time for gratitude, for celebrating manifestations that have appeared, for amplifying the emotions of fulfillment, even for desires that haven't yet materialized in physical form. The full moon energy is powerful and can intensify whatever frequency you're holding, so make sure you're holding elevated frequencies during this phase. As the moon wanes, decreasing from full back to new, energy is contracting, consolidating, integrating. This is like the harvest and rest phase from fall to winter. This is when you receive and integrate manifestations, when you assess what worked, when you release what's no longer serving you, when you let go of attachments to outcomes and trust the intelligence of the unfolding. The waning moon phase is perfect for clearing practices, for releasing old patterns, for making space for the next cycle's intention. Beyond annual and monthly cycles, there are also daily cycles that affect your manifestation practice. Your brain naturally moves through different states throughout the day. Most people are in beta, the analytical waking state, for most of their waking hours. But there are 2 times each day when your brain naturally shifts into alpha and theta, the states where your subconscious is most receptive to new programming. These times are the transition from sleep to waking in the morning, and the transition from waking to sleep at night. These threshold moments, when you're not quite asleep but not fully awake, are golden opportunities for manifestation work. Your conscious mind, with all its doubts and limiting beliefs, is quiet. Your subconscious mind is accessible and programmable. Your brainwaves are in the ideal frequencies for installing new patterns. This is why I keep emphasizing visualization and emotional elevation practice as you're falling asleep at night. You're not just doing this because it's convenient. You're doing it because this is when your consciousness is most receptive to transformation. Similarly, the first few moments after you wake in the morning, before you fully engage your analytical mind, before you check your phone or start thinking about your day's problems, this is another powerful window. If you can spend even 5 or 10 minutes in this threshold state, visualizing your desires, feeling elevated emotions, aligning with your highest frequency, you're programming your subconscious and setting your energetic tone for the entire day ahead. You're catching the natural cycle at its most receptive point. Rhonda Byrne emphasized the importance of morning and evening practices in her teaching about the law of attraction. She understood that consistency matters, but she also intuitively recognized that these threshold times, morning and night, are when your practices have maximum impact. Joe Dispenza has measured this scientifically, showing that people who meditate during these threshold times show faster and more profound transformation in their brain patterns, their emotional baseline, and their manifestation results. Now, here's what you need to understand about working with all these cycles. The cycles themselves are neutral. They're just patterns of energy flow. You can manifest at any time, in any phase, under any conditions if your frequency is strong and consistent enough. But why make it harder than it needs to be? Why swim against the current when you can flow with it? Why plant seeds in winter and wonder why they don't grow? Why try to force harvest in spring before anything's ready? Working with cycles isn't limitation. It's strategy. It's wisdom. It's using the natural patterns of reality to amplify your creative power. Some people resist this teaching because they want manifestation to be instant and available on demand at all times. And yes, instant manifestation is possible when your frequency is perfectly aligned. Your subconscious is completely programmed, and your consciousness is operating at very high level. But for most people, most of the time, manifestation is a process that unfolds over time, and that unfolding happens more gracefully when you work with natural cycles rather than against them. Think of it this way. You could try to grow tomatoes in winter, in the snow, fighting against nature's cycle. And if you had a greenhouse, artificial heat, special lights, and enough technology, you might succeed. Or you could plant your tomatoes in spring, let the natural warmth of increasing sunlight do the work, and harvest them in summer when they're naturally ready. Both approaches can work, but one is infinitely easier and more aligned with the way energy naturally flows. The same is true for manifestation. There's also something profound about surrendering to cycles, about accepting that there are times for action and times for rest, times for initiating and times for receiving, times for pushing forward and times for pulling back. This surrender isn't weakness, it's wisdom. It's recognition that you're part of a larger rhythm, that consciousness operates within patterns, that trying to control everything at all times is exhausting and ultimately less effective than learning to dance with the natural flow of creation. The Book of Enoch reveals this solar calendar not just as a way to measure time, but as a key to understanding the architecture of creation itself. Time isn't linear. It's cyclical. Reality doesn't unfold randomly. It pulses in patterns. Manifestation isn't instantaneous wish fulfillment. It's a process that moves through phases, each phase essential, each phase serving a purpose, each phase offering specific opportunities and requiring specific approaches. When you understand these cycles and align your consciousness and actions with them, several things happen. First, your manifestations come more easily because you're working with energy flow rather than against it. Second, you experience less frustration because you understand that seeds planted in spring don't harvest until fall, that intentions set during new moon don't manifest by the next day, that transformation is a process with natural rhythm. Third, you develop patience that isn't passive waiting, but active trust in the unfolding of natural law. And fourth, perhaps most importantly, you begin to see your entire life as a series of cycles, each one offering opportunities for growth, creation, harvest, and integration. You stop judging yourself for being in a rest phase when you think you should be in an action phase. You stop forcing growth when it's time for integration. You stop demanding harvest when you've just planted seed. You start flowing with your own rhythms, trusting your own cycles, honoring your own seasons of expansion and contraction. Tonight, I want you to become aware of where you are in the current cycle. What season is it? As you listen to this, where is the moon in its cycle? What time of day is it? And more personally, where are you in your own cycles? Are you in a planting phase, full of new ideas and intention? Are you in a growth phase, nurturing seeds you've already planted? Are you in a harvest phase, receiving manifestations and celebrating results? Or are you in an integration phase, resting, reflecting, preparing for the next cycle of creation? Don't judge where you are. Each phase is necessary. Each cycle is sacred. Each season has its purpose. Just become aware. And then ask yourself, am I working with my current cycle or against it? Am I trying to force harvest when I'm actually in a planting phase? Am I resting when my energy is calling me to act? Am I pushing when I should be receiving? The cycles will tell you what's needed. Your body knows. Your intuition knows. Your energy knows. You just need to pay attention and honor what you discover. As you drift toward sleep tonight, in that threshold moment when your consciousness shifts from waking to sleeping, align yourself with the current cycle. Feel yourself as part of the larger rhythm of creation. Recognize that you're not separate from nature's patterns, but an expression of them. Your consciousness pulses with the same rhythms that govern stars, planets, seasons, and tide. Surrender into this rhythm. Trust this cycle. Know that everything has its time, and your manifestations are unfolding in perfect alignment with natural law. The calendar that Enoch revealed isn't just a way to track days. It's a map of consciousness, a guide to energy flow, a key to unlocking the natural power that amplifies all manifestation. You don't need to force. You don't need to struggle. You just need to align with the cycles that are already operating, to flow with the rhythms that are already present, to trust the patterns that have governed creation since the beginning of time. This is ancient wisdom. This is natural law. This is your invitation to stop fighting against the current and start riding the waves of manifestation that are always available when you synchronize with the cycles of creation. Chapter 9. The Messiah and the Christ. Interior. Awakening your divine blueprint. The Book of Enoch contains some of the most detailed messianic prophecies ever written, descriptions of a coming Savior so precise that early Christians saw them as clear predictions of Jesus. Enoch speaks of the Son of Man, the righteous one, the chosen one, who will judge the wicked, liberate the oppressed, and establish a kingdom of light. For 2,000 years, these passages have been interpreted as predictions of an external Savior, someone who would come from outside to rescue humanity from its fallen state. But what if this interpretation, while not entirely wrong, misses the deepest and most transformative truth these prophecies contain? What if the Messiah Enoch describes isn't just one person who lived 2,000 years ago, but a state of consciousness, a frequency of being, a level of awareness that represents the full activation of human potential? What if the Christ isn't just a name for Jesus, but a term describing what happens when a human being fully awakens to their divine nature, when consciousness transcends limitation and expresses its highest possibility? What if everything Enoch prophesied about the coming of the Chosen One is actually describing what's possible for you when you activate the divine blueprint that exists within your own consciousness? This isn't diminishing Jesus or any spiritual master. It's recognizing that these beings demonstrated what's possible for human consciousness, that they showed us our own potential, that they activated what mystics call the Christ consciousness, the Buddha nature, the divine spark that exists in every human being, waiting to be awakened. When Jesus said, "These things that I do, you will do, and greater things than these," he wasn't just being poetic. He was teaching that the consciousness he embodied is available to everyone, that the power he demonstrated is inherent in human nature, that the kingdom of heaven he talked about isn't a distant place, but an elevated state of being accessible right now. The term Christ comes from the Greek word Christos, meaning anointed one, which translates the Hebrew word Messiah. But in mystical understanding, the anointing isn't about oil poured on someone's head. It's about consciousness activated, about the divine spark ignited, about the full potential of human awareness coming online. You have this same capacity. You carry the same divine blueprint. You possess the same potential for consciousness activation. The difference between you and a master isn't that they have something you lack. The difference is that they activated what you're only beginning to awaken. Enoch's prophecies describe the characteristics of this messianic consciousness in ways that are profoundly practical for your own transformation. The text says the chosen one will have wisdom that flows like water, that his presence will bring light to darkness, that he will speak truth that exposes hidden things, that righteousness will be his garment and faithfulness his belt. These aren't just poetic descriptions of a future person. They're precise descriptions of what happens when consciousness operates at its highest frequency, when the divine blueprint is fully activated, when Christ consciousness expresses through human form. Wisdom flowing like water describes intuitive knowing that isn't blocked by ego or filtered through limiting beliefs. When you activate Christ consciousness, you access direct knowing, clear perception, wisdom that flows naturally from your connection to source intelligence. This isn't about studying or accumulating information. This is about opening to the intelligence that already exists within you, removing the blocks that prevent its expression, and allowing it to flow through you like water, finding its natural course. Bringing light to darkness describes the capacity to illuminate truth, to see through illusion, to recognize what's real beyond surface appearances. When you operate from Christ consciousness, you're no longer fooled by circumstances, confused by complexity, or trapped by limited perception. You see clearly. You recognize patterns. You perceive the reality beneath appearances. This clarity isn't mystical vision reserved for prophets. It's natural perception available when consciousness isn't clouded by fear, judgment, or identification with ego. Speaking truth that exposes hidden things describes authentic expression that comes from alignment with source rather than performance for others. When you activate the Christ within, you stop pretending, performing, or hiding behind masks. You express authentically because you're no longer afraid of judgment, no longer seeking approval, no longer trying to prove your worth. Your words carry power because they come from truth rather than manipulation, from alignment rather than agenda, from love rather than fear. Wearing righteousness as a garment and faithfulness as a belt describes embodying integrity and trust so completely that they become your natural state, rather than something you try to maintain. This isn't about moral superiority or religious righteousness. This is about alignment between your inner knowing and outer expression, between your highest values and your daily choices, between who you truly are and how you show up in the world. When Christ consciousness is active, integrity isn't effort. It's natural because you're no longer divided against yourself. These characteristics aren't abstract spiritual ideals. They're practical descriptions of how consciousness operates when it's fully activated, when the divine blueprint is expressing, when you're living from your highest potential. And here's what's so revolutionary about understanding this. You don't have to wait for external salvation to experience this. You don't need permission from religious authority. You don't require validation from spiritual teachers. The Christ consciousness is already within you, encoded in your very being, waiting for you to recognize it, activate it, and allow it to transform how you perceive reality and create your experience. Bob Proctor taught that there's a higher faculty in every human being, a capacity for intuitive knowing and creative manifestation that transcends logical thinking. He called it the higher faculties of mind, and emphasized that most people never develop these capacities because they don't know they exist. What he was describing, in secular language, is the same Christ consciousness that mystics have pointed to for millennia. It's not religious. It's fundamental to human nature. It's your birthright, not something you earn or achieve, but something you remember and activate. The prophecies in Enoch describe the messianic consciousness as bringing judgment that separates light from darkness, truth from falsehood, the righteous from the wicked. Again, this isn't about an external being judging humanity. This is about what happens internally when Christ consciousness activates. Your own awareness begins to discern clearly, to distinguish between what serves your evolution and what limits it, between authentic truth and comfortable lies, between aligned action and self-sabotaging patterns. The judgment isn't punishment. It's clarity. It's the natural discrimination that emerges when consciousness is no longer confused by evil. When you start operating from Christ conscious, you naturally release relationships that aren't serving your highest good. You effortlessly stop engaging in activities that drain your energy. You automatically let go of beliefs that limit your potential. This isn't harsh judgment or rejection. It's gentle but firm clarity about what resonates with your highest frequency and what doesn't. The light separates from darkness simply by being light. Your elevated consciousness separates from limitation simply by being elevated. Enoch also describes the messianic figure as having power over all things, with angels serving him and nature responding to his command. In literal interpretation, this sounds like supernatural power. In consciousness understanding, it's describing what happens when you align so completely with universal intelligence that synchronicities become normal, that manifestation becomes natural, that life flows with ease because you're no longer resisting the current. The angels serving you are the organizing intelligences of the universe working on your behalf because you're aligned with them rather than fighting against them. Nature responding to your commands isn't about forcing external reality to obey your will. It's about recognizing that when your consciousness operates at Christ frequency, when you're in complete alignment with Source, when you're expressing your divine blueprint authentically, the quantum field responds to your intention, because your intention is aligned with the intelligence that organizes the field itself. You're not commanding nature. You're flowing with it so completely that what you intend and what naturally unfolds become indistinguishable. This is what Joe Dispenza calls becoming supernatural. It's not actually supernatural at all. It's your natural state when consciousness is operating at its designed frequency, when the limitations imposed by ego and conditioning are removed, when the divine blueprint is expressing through you without interference. The miracles that spiritual masters demonstrate aren't violations of natural law. They're expressions of natural law operating at a frequency most people haven't yet accessed. So how do you activate this Christ consciousness that Enoch prophesied and that exists within you right now? First, you must recognize that it exists, not as abstract spiritual concept, but as actual capacity encoded in your consciousness. You're not trying to become something you're not. You're removing the blocks that prevent expression of what you already are. You're not earning divine nature. You're remembering it. You're not achieving enlightenment. You're recognizing the light that's always been present beneath the layers of conditioning. Second, you must identify what's blocking the expression of your Christ consciousness. For most people, these blocks are some combination of limiting beliefs, unhealed emotional wounds, identification with ego, and unconscious patterns inherited from family and culture. You believe you're limited, so limitation becomes your experience. You identify with being separate from Source, so separation becomes your reality. You carry wounds that convince you you're unworthy, so unworthiness shapes your manifestation. These blocks aren't permanent fixtures. They're temporary programs that can be cleared, healed, and transformed. Third, You must consistently practice elevating your consciousness to the frequency where Christ awareness naturally emerges. This isn't about trying to be holy or spiritual. It's about raising your vibration through specific practices that quiet the analytical mind, open the heart, and allow higher frequencies to activate. Meditation is one practice. Deep prayer is another. Conscious breathing, heart-centered visualization, sustained elevated emotions like gratitude, love, and awe. These aren't religious requirements. They're practical techniques for shifting your consciousness to frequencies where your divine blueprint can express. Rhonda Byrne taught that the secret is love, that the highest frequency is love, that when you operate from love, you align with the creative power of the universe. What she's describing is Christ consciousness in action. When you love without condition, when you see divinity in all beings, when you respond to all circumstances with compassion rather than judgment, when you create from desire to serve rather than need to prove, you're operating from Christ frequency. You're expressing the messianic consciousness that Enoch prophesied. Fourth, you must practice seeing the Christ in everything and everyone, including yourself. This is perhaps the most challenging and most transformative practice. Your ego wants to see some people as spiritual and others as lost, some situations as blessed and others as cursed, some parts of yourself as divine and other parts as damaged. But Christ consciousness sees the divine spark in all, the potential in every being, the perfection beneath every appearance of imperfection. When you practice this vision, you're not being naive about human behavior. You're seeing deeper reality, recognizing that beneath all conditioning, all wounds, all mistakes, there exists the same divine essence. When you see Christ consciousness in yourself, you stop identifying with your limitations, your failures, your wound, your past. You recognize these as temporary conditions, not permanent identity. You are not your mistakes. You are not your circumstances. You are not your history. You are consciousness expressing through human form, divine intelligence embodied, source energy temporarily individualized. When you know this deeply, when you feel this fully, when you live from this truth, everything changes. The text describes the chosen one as bringing liberation to the oppressed, freedom to the captives, light to those in darkness. When you activate your Christ consciousness, you become this liberating force, first in your own life, and then naturally in the lives of others. You're no longer oppressed by limiting beliefs, captive to unconscious patterns, stumbling in darkness of confusion. You're free, you're clear, you're illuminated, and this freedom becomes contagious. Your elevated consciousness naturally elevates those around you, not through preaching or teaching, but simply through the frequency you embody. This is what spiritual masters throughout history have demonstrated. They didn't save people through some magical external intervention. They activated their own Christ consciousness so completely that being in their presence helped others recognize the same potential in themselves. They became mirrors reflecting divine nature, reminders of what's possible, living proof that human consciousness can transcend limitation and express its highest potential. You can be this same mirror for others, not by being perfect, but by being authentic, not by pretending to have arrived, but by honestly walking the path of activation. Enoch prophesies that when the chosen one appears, the earth will rejoice, righteousness will prevail, and a new age will begin. When Christ consciousness activates in your life, this is exactly what happens. Your personal earth, your individual reality, begins to reflect elevated frequencies. What you create, naturally, aligns with higher good. What you attract matches your elevated state. What you experience reflects the consciousness you're embodying. The New Age isn't a future date on a calendar. It's the new reality that emerges when consciousness transforms. And here's what's so beautiful about this understanding. The messianic prophecies aren't about waiting for someone else to come and fix everything. They're about recognizing that the Savior is consciousness itself, awakening within humanity individually and collectively. Every person who activates their Christ consciousness contributes to collective transformation. Every individual who embodies their divine blueprint helps shift planetary frequency. Every being who remembers their true nature participates in the prophesied liberation. You are part of this. Your transformation isn't just personal development. It's participation in evolutionary unfolding, contribution to collective awakening, expression of the messianic consciousness that Enoch saw coming. When you elevate your frequency, you're not just improving your individual life. You're helping birth the new earth, the elevated reality, the kingdom of heaven that emerges as conscious, transcends limitation, and expresses its divine nature. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, I want you to contemplate this question. If Christ consciousness is already within me, if the divine blueprint is already encoded in my being, if the messianic potential is already present, what would it feel like to let it express right now? Not someday when you're more spiritual, not after you've healed all your wounds, not when you've achieved some standard of worthiness, but now. What would it feel like to recognize yourself as divine consciousness, expressing through human form? Don't try to think your way to an answer. Feel into this question. Let it resonate in your body, in your heart, in your awareness. You might feel resistance. Your ego might protest. Your conditioning might argue. That's normal. But beneath all that noise, there's a knowing. There's a recognition. There's a remembering of what you truly are. Touch that knowing. Feel that truth. Allow it to expand, even slightly, even momentarily. You're not pretending to be something you're not. You're remembering what you've always been beneath the forgetting. As you drift towards sleep, hold this awareness. You are not separate from divine consciousness. You are an expression of it. The Christ that Enoch prophesied isn't outside you, arriving someday to save you. The Christ is within you, waiting to be recognized, activated, and embodied. The Messiah you've been waiting for is your own awakened conscience. The Savior you've been seeking is your own divine nature, emerging from beneath the layers of limitation, shining through the cracks in your conditioning, breaking free from the prison of false identity. This is the prophecy fulfilled. This is the promise realized. This is the kingdom of heaven manifest, not in some distant future, not in some other place, but here, now, in you, as you, through you. The chosen one is consciousness itself, choosing to awaken. The righteous one is awareness itself, aligning with truth. The Son of Man is humanity itself, remembering its divine parentage. And you, in this moment, listening to these words, feeling these truths, sensing these possibilities, you are the fulfillment of ancient prophecy, the manifestation of messianic consciousness, the expression of Christ awareness in human form. Believe it, feel it, embody it, not as arrogance but as simple truth, not as separation from others but as recognition of what exists in all, not as achievement but as remembering. You are what Enoch prophesied. You are what masters demonstrated. You are what consciousness becomes when it fully awakens to its own divine nature. The activation has already begun. The Christ within is already stirring. The divine blueprint is already expressing. Your only job is to recognize it, remove the blocks to its full expression, and allow it to transform your reality from the inside out. This is the prophecy. This is the promise. This is your destiny. your nature, your truth, awakening now. Chapter 10. Integrating the Manuscripts of Creation, living as conscious co-creator. We've journeyed together through ancient wisdom that was hidden from you for thousands of years. Wisdom so powerful that authorities feared what would happen if you discovered it. Wisdom that reveals your true nature as a divine being with creative capacity that mirrors the source of all creation itself. We've explored why this knowledge was suppressed, how Enoch transcended human limitation, what the Watchers teach about responsibility, how quantum physics validates ancient mysticism, what the seven heavens reveal about consciousness levels, how vision programs reality, why judgment is feedback, not punishment, how cycles amplify manifestation, and what Christ consciousness means for your awakening. Now comes the most important chapter of all, the one that determines whether this knowledge transforms your life or becomes just another interesting idea you once heard. Integration is everything. Information without application is entertainment. Understanding without embodiment is philosophy. Knowledge without transformation is just mental accumulation. You didn't come this far. You didn't invest this time. You didn't open yourself to these truths just to admire them from a distance. You're here because something in you is ready to actually live this, to embody this, to become this. The question isn't whether you understand what Enoch discovered. The question is whether you'll integrate his discoveries so completely into your consciousness that they become your lived reality rather than concepts you believe. Let's be honest about where you are right now. You've received powerful teachings. You've been exposed to ancient wisdom combined with modern science. You've learned principles that can transform every aspect of your existence. But you're also still living in the same body, in the same circumstances, with the same challenges you had before you started this journey. The external hasn't changed yet, even though the internal has been stirred, awakened, activated. This gap between inner knowing and outer reality is where most people abandon transformation. They feel inspired during the teaching, but when they return to regular life and nothing's immediately different, they doubt, they forget, they slip back into old patterns. This is the moment that separates those who transform from those who merely learn. This is when you must make a decision that will determine the entire trajectory of your life from this point forward. Will you integrate these teachings into daily practice, or will you let them fade into background noise? Will you commit to the consistent elevation of consciousness required for real transformation, or will you hope that somehow the knowledge alone will magically change your circumstances? The manuscripts of creation have been delivered to you. The forbidden knowledge is now in your possession. What you do with it, starting right now, will determine everything. Integration begins with clarity. You need to get absolutely clear on what you're choosing to create, what reality you're committed to manifesting, what version of yourself you're deciding to become. Not vague wishes, not general desires, not someday dreams. Specific, clear, detailed vision of your transformed life. Take time right now, even though I know you might be tired, even though you might want to just drift into sleep after this chapter ends. Take time to get crystal clear. What does your ideal life look like? Not someone else's ideal, not what you think you should want, but what genuinely calls to your soul, what excites your spirit, what feels aligned with your highest expression. Write this down if you can, or at least speak it clearly in your mind. What does your ideal day look like from morning to night? Where are you living? What are you doing? Who are you with? How do you feel? What have you created? What are you contributing? How are you expressing your unique gifts? Get specific. The quantum field responds to specificity. Your subconscious programs through clarity. Vague intentions produce vague results. Clear vision manifests clear reality. Don't settle for general statements like, "I want to be happy," or "I want success." Define exactly what happiness and success mean for you in concrete, sensory, emotional terms. Once you have this clarity, the next step is commitment, not commitment to the outcome, because attachment to specific outcomes creates resistance, but commitment to the frequency, to the consciousness, to the state of being that matches your vision. This is what most manifestation teaching gets wrong. People commit to getting something, to achieving something, to making something happen, and that commitment comes from lack, from need, from the frequency of not having. What you need to commit to, instead, is being the person who already has it, maintaining the consciousness of fulfillment, embodying the frequency of your desired reality, regardless of current circumstances. This kind of commitment is challenging because it requires you to sustain an elevated state, even when nothing external confirms you're on the right path. It requires faith, not as religious belief, but as unwavering trust in the principles you've learned. You must maintain the frequency of abundance even when bills arrive. You must embody the consciousness of perfect health, even when symptoms persist. You must vibrate love, even when relationships are difficult. You must feel successful even when results haven't appeared. This is the commitment that creates transformation. This is the discipline that collapses possibilities from the quantum field. Bob Proctor taught this as living from your goal rather than for your goal, as acting from the end rather than toward it. He understood that you can't attract what you're desperate to obtain. You can only manifest from frequencies you already embody. If you're trying to get abundance, you're broadcasting lack. If you're trying to become healthy, you're affirming illness. If you're trying to find love, you're declaring yourself unlovable. But when you commit to being abundance, expressing health, embodying love, everything shifts. You're no longer chasing, you're radiating. And the field responds to what you radiate, not what you chase. The third step in integration is establishing daily practice, not occasional inspiration, not weekend workshops, not monthly meditation. Daily, consistent, non-negotiable practice of elevating your consciousness, aligning with your vision, and embodying your desired frequency. This is where most people fail. They understand the principles. They commit to transformation, but they don't establish the daily discipline that rewires the subconscious, reprograms the nervous system, and trains the consciousness to operate at new frequencies. Your daily practice doesn't need to be complicated or time-consuming, but it must be consistent. Here's what I recommend based on everything we've explored through Enoch's journey. Start your day before you do anything else, before you check your phone or engage with external world, with 10 to 20 minutes of conscious elevation. Sit comfortably, close your eyes, breathe deeply, and enter a meditative state. In this state, connect with your vision. See it vividly. Feel the emotions of living it. Experience it as present reality. Let your body feel what it's like to already be the person living your ideal life. This isn't fantasy. This is programming. You're installing the frequency of your desired reality into your subconscious, while your brain is in the receptive state. Throughout your day, practice maintaining awareness of your frequency. Notice when you slip into old patterns of thought, habitual emotional reactions, or limiting beliefs. Don't judge yourself when this happens. Just notice, and then choose differently. Catch the negative thought and consciously replace it with one aligned with your vision. Feel the fear arising and consciously shift to trust. Notice the complaint forming and consciously choose gratitude instead. Each time you do this, you're strengthening new neural pathways, weakening old patterns and gradually shifting your default frequency. End your day with another practice, this one even more important than the morning. As you prepare for sleep, as your consciousness naturally shifts into alpha and theta states, spend 10 to 20 minutes in deep visualization and elevated emotion. Review your day, not as it was, but as you wish it had been, seeing yourself responding to every situation from your highest consciousness. Then project into tomorrow, seeing yourself moving through the coming day with grace, clarity, power, and alignment. Feel grateful for the manifestations that are on their way. Feel excited about the reality you're creating. Let these elevated emotions carry you into sleep, programming your subconscious throughout the night. These daily practices, morning and evening, are non-negotiable if you're serious about transformation. They're not optional extras for when you feel like it. They're the minimum requirement for reprogramming consciousness, for sustaining elevated frequency, for collapsing desired possibilities from the quantum. Enoch didn't ascend through occasional spiritual practice. He walked with God, meaning he maintained elevated consciousness consistently. You must do the same, not perfectly, not without ever slipping back into old patterns, but consistently enough that the new frequency becomes stronger than the old. The fourth step in integration is taking inspired action. This is crucial and often misunderstood. You don't just visualize and wait passively for the universe to deliver, and you don't force action from ego or fear. You align with your desired frequency, and then act from that frequency, taking whatever steps feel inspired, natural, and aligned. The action doesn't create the manifestation. Your frequency creates it. But action demonstrates to your subconscious that you believe in your vision, that you trust the process, that you're willing to meet the universe halfway. How do you know if action is inspired or forced? Inspired action feels natural, exciting, or at least neutral. It emerges from intuition rather than anxiety. It flows rather than strains. Forced action feels desperate, exhausting, or driven by fear. It comes from the mind's need to control rather than the soul's knowing. Practice distinguishing between these two types of action. Follow inspiration even when it doesn't make logical sense. Trust the nudges, the hunches, the seemingly random impulses that feel right, even if you can't explain why. This is the universe, your higher self, your connection to source intelligence, guiding you toward your manifestations through the path of least resistance. Rhonda Byrne taught this when she emphasized that you must feel good and take action from that good feeling place. Joe Dispenza demonstrates it when he shows that people who transform their lives don't just meditate, they also act differently because their elevated consciousness naturally generates different choices. You're not trying to figure out the how of manifestation. You're staying in the frequency and allowing the how to reveal itself through inspired action that feels aligned rather than forced. The fifth step in integration is building community and environment that support your transformation. You cannot maintain elevated consciousness in isolation, surrounded by people who operate at low frequencies, immersed in environments that constantly trigger old patterns. You need to consciously create or find community with others who are also committed to evolution, who understand these principles, who will support your transformation rather than mock it or undermine it. This doesn't mean abandoning everyone in your life who isn't on a spiritual path. It means ensuring that you have at least some relationships where you can be authentic about your journey, where your commitment to growth is honored, where your transformation is celebrated rather than questioned. Your physical environment matters too. Your living space affects your frequency. Clutter creates mental chaos. Darkness depresses energy. Disorganization reflects internal confusion. Take time to create an environment that supports elevated consciousness, that feels peaceful, that inspires you, that reflects the reality you're creating rather than the one you're leaving behind. This isn't about expensive furniture or perfect aesthetics. It's about intentionality, about making your external environment a conscious reflection of your internal transformation. The sixth step in integration is practicing patience without passivity. This is perhaps the most challenging aspect of conscious creation. You must maintain absolute trust that your manifestations are on their way, while simultaneously releasing attachment to when and how they appear. You must hold your vision without gripping it. You must desire without desperating. You must commit without controlling. This balanced state of engaged detachment is what allows manifestation to flow naturally rather than being blocked by your need for it to happen on your timeline. Remember the cycles we discussed. Seeds planted in spring don't harvest by summer. Some manifestations appear quickly. Others take time to develop in the quantum field before materializing in physical form. Your job isn't to force the timing. Your job is to maintain the frequency consistently and trust the unfolding. When you check constantly to see if it's working, when you doubt because results haven't appeared yet, when you question the process because you think it's taking too long, you're actually lowering your frequency and slowing the manifestation. Trust is a frequency. Patience is a vibration, and both are necessary for allowing what you've set into motion to complete its journey from potential to manifestation. The seventh step in integration is celebrating every evidence of transformation, no matter how small. Your subconscious learns through reinforcement. When manifestations appear and you dismiss them as coincidence or fail to acknowledge them, you're teaching your subconscious that the process doesn't work. When you notice and celebrate every synchronicity, every small manifestation, every evidence that your frequency is shifting and reality is responding, you're reinforcing the neural pathways of successful creation. Gratitude for what's manifesting amplifies the manifestation process. Celebration of small wins creates momentum for bigger ones. Don't wait for the big manifestation to feel grateful. Be grateful now for every sign that you're transforming. Notice when you respond to a situation differently than you would have before. Celebrate when you catch yourself in an old pattern and choose something new. Acknowledge when opportunities appear, even if they're not exactly what you envisioned. Recognize when your emotional baseline elevates, when your thoughts become more positive, when your energy improves. These are all evidence that the process is working, that your consciousness is transforming, that your frequency is shifting. And every acknowledgement strengthens the transformation. Now let's address what happens when you integrate these teachings fully, when you commit to this path completely, when you make conscious co-creation your way of being rather than occasional practice. Your life will transform in ways you cannot currently imagine. Not because you'll get everything you want, though many desires will manifest, but because you'll become someone who doesn't need external circumstances to feel fulfilled, who doesn't require validation to know your worth, who doesn't depend on achievement to feel successful. You'll discover that the transformation of consciousness is itself the greatest gift, that living from elevated frequency is itself the ultimate manifestation, that being who you truly are is itself the kingdom of heaven. You'll also face challenges, not because the universe is testing you, but because transformation brings up everything unlike itself for healing. As you elevate your consciousness, old wounds will surface for release. As you shift your frequency, relationships that no longer match will either transform or end. As you embody new patterns, your ego will resist, because change threatens its sense of control. These challenges aren't signs you're doing it wrong. They're signs you're doing it right. They're the natural process of evolution, the necessary dying of old identity, so new identity can emerge, the clearing that must happen for new frequencies to stabilize. When challenges arise, and they will, remember everything you've learned through Enoch's journey. Remember that you're not a victim, but a creator. Remember that circumstances are feedback, not punishment. Remember that your consciousness determines your experience. Remember that you're transforming not just your life, but your very identity, your fundamental frequency, your core state of being. This is profound work. This is sacred work. This is the most important work you'll ever do. And it's work that never truly ends, because consciousness can always expand further. Frequency can always elevate higher. Transformation can always go deeper. The Book of Enoch was banned because it reveals your power. It was hidden because it exposes the truth of your divine nature. It was suppressed because it teaches that you don't need intermediaries between you and Source, that you don't require external salvation, that you possess within yourself everything necessary for complete transformation. The authorities who banned this text understood something crucial. Informed, empowered, conscious humans cannot be controlled. People who know their creative capacity cannot be kept small. Beings who recognize their divine nature cannot be convinced they're powerless. You now possess this forbidden knowledge. You now understand these hidden principles. You now have access to the same wisdom that Enoch received, the same teachings that threaten every system built on human limitation. The question is what you'll do with it. Will you let it fade into background noise, becoming just another interesting thing you once learned? Or will you integrate it so completely that it transforms you from the inside out, that it becomes your lived reality, that it expresses through every thought, every emotion, every choice, every action? This decision, the one you make right now in this moment, will determine the entire course of your life from this point forward. Not the circumstances you're currently experiencing, not the resources you currently possess, not the challenges you're currently facing, but this decision, the decision to commit fully to conscious creation, to daily practice, to unwavering faith in your divine nature and creative capacity. This is the decision that changes everything. This is the choice that collapses a new timeline from the quantum field. This is the moment when possibility becomes probability, becomes manifestation. I want you to feel the weight of this moment. You stand at a threshold. Behind you is everything you've known, all the familiar patterns, all the comfortable limitations, all the safe stories about why you can't, why it's too hard, why you're not ready. Ahead of you is everything Enoch discovered, everything these manuscripts reveal, everything you're capable of becoming and creating when you fully activate your divine blueprint and consistently operate from elevated consciousness. You cannot stay on the threshold. You must choose a direction, and the direction you choose now will determine whether this audiobook becomes a catalyst for your transformation or just an interesting memory. Choose transformation. Choose commitment. Choose daily practice. Choose elevated consciousness. Choose to be the living embodiment of these ancient teachings rather than just a student of them. Choose to become what Enoch demonstrated is possible, what quantum physics proves is real, what your soul has always known is true. You are consciousness, expressing in human form. You are creative power individualized. You are source intelligence embodied. You are divine potential waiting to be activated. And the activation begins now, with this choice, in this moment, through this commitment. As you drift into sleep tonight, for the last time in this journey together, I want you to feel the full magnitude of what you're choosing. You're not just deciding to think more positively or hope for better circumstances. You're choosing to fundamentally transform your consciousness, to permanently elevate your frequency, to irreversibly activate your divine nature. You're choosing to leave behind the identity of limited human struggling through life and step into the truth of conscious creator partnering with universal intelligence. This is not small change. This is complete transformation. This is the death of who you were and the birth of who you truly are. Feel the excitement of this choice. Feel the power of this moment. Feel the rightness of this decision. And then, as you fall asleep as the transformed version of yourself, as the conscious creator, as the awakened being, as the embodiment of everything these manuscripts reveal is possible. Let your subconscious integrate these teachings throughout the night. Let your consciousness continue elevating while your body rests. Let transformation happen at levels deeper than your conscious mind can direct. When you wake tomorrow, you wake as someone new, not because external circumstances have changed, though they will begin changing rapidly as your new frequency broadcasts into the quantum field, but because you've chosen differently, committed fully, and begun the integration process that will transform everything. You wake as a conscious co-creator, as an activated divine being, as the fulfillment of Enoch's prophecy, as the living proof that humans can transcend limitation and express their highest potential. The manuscripts of creation have been delivered. The forbidden knowledge is now yours. The ancient wisdom is activated in your consciousness. The transformation has begun, and nothing, absolutely nothing, can stop what you've set into motion through this commitment, except your own choice to return to old patterns. Don't make that choice. Stay committed. Keep practicing. Maintain the frequency. Trust the process. And watch with wonder and gratitude as your entire reality reorganizes itself to match the consciousness you're embodying. This is not the end of your journey. This is the beginning. Everything up until now has been preparation. Everything from this moment forward is activation, integration, transformation, and manifestation. The Book of Enoch revealed what's possible. You're about to prove it's real, not through belief or hope, but through lived experience, through embodied transformation, through manifested reality that reflects elevated consciousness. Welcome to your new life. Welcome to your true nature. Welcome home to the divine creator you've always been beneath the forgetting. The ascension begins now, and it's glorious.